YouTube, what's good? It's your boy Jovan.
This is Jovan's Night Flicks. 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 Every day carry for your viewing pleasure. We just having fun together. Haters try to say we weird, but we doing better. Knife community is all that matters. Welcome to the Knife live stream. Be yourself, say what's up, put the knives up. We on the stream, have a good time. Welcome to the Knife live stream. Be yourself, say what's up, put the knives up. We on the stream, have a good time. This is Jovan's Night Flicks. 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 This is Jovan's Night Flicks.
Eyes wide open, the clock don't rest. Street lights flicker, got a blade in my chest. Not fear, just thrills as the steel shines thin. In the glow of my insomniac, sit and spin. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Jovan's Night Flicks, sit and spin. Glit in the dark, oh the dance so slick. The edge does the talking, every sound it clicks. World's asleep but the shimmer won't fade. Precision's my game and the craft's my blade. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Jovan's Night Flicks, sit and spin. Under moonlight, the sparks they fly. Sharp as my wit, slicing through the sky. The rhythm of midnight, sharp edges sing. Tuned in, live to the late night king.
Insomniac, sit and spin, about to be live. Hanging with each other, talking shit about knives. We sit and we spin, and we vibe in the chat. We listen to Juvan just trying to describe where he's at. It is a good time, but who is this fool who talks about knives and EDC tools? Insomniac, sit and spin, a weekly live stream. You're in the right place if you know what I mean. Insomniac, sit and spin, a weekly live stream. You're in the right place if you know what I mean. Insomniac spins now on the air for all the night freaks who can't sleep. I'm the Insomniac Juvan, and today we're gonna take a look at some of my flicks. So getting where you fit in, sit down, shut up and listen. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to flick it. Welcome to the Insomniac Sit and Spin. 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 Play. Late night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac Sit and Spin, a knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac Sit and Spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Jovan's Night Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. right. Wait, right, right. Wait, wait, right. Insomniac, night, patty whack, give a dog a bone, grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin, a nice live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Juwan's Netflix is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week.
Candy. And I'm not gaining weight. I'm losing weight deliciously with the aid of AIDS. The AIDS diet plan really works.
AIDS candy contains a safe and effective appetite suppressant when used as directed. Helps curb your appetite so you can lose weight. And AIDS candy has no stimulant that can make you nervous.
The plan lets you enjoy 2 AIDS before each meal. Delicious chocolate flavor. And I love being a...
What is going on, guys, gals, and everyone in between? Glad to see everybody here. Hope you're having a fantastic week. It is Tuesday night, and we are here for the long haul for Insomniac Sit and Spin. I hope you guys settle in, enjoy it, and we will see what happens. It will be interesting, I can promise you that. And if I offend anybody, which I hope I don't, I apologize. But I'm going to go ahead and start saying hey to everybody. And starting with Brother Marco. Howdy, Marco. What is up? Double Wide EDC channel member. What is up? That is Brother Mad Yoko, as you can see. And we got Mr. Burnt Relic in the house. Hey, what is up? Brando's Blades. What is happening, brother? Good to see you. Ryan Ellis, Mr. Channel member, is in the house. He's got a link if he wants to jump up. Him and Shane both do in the IG message we have. For some reason, my mic's doing weird stuff. I don't know if it's me just not talking right. That could be possible too. And we'll get into that later. What is up, Papa Peta? Brother Paul Mills, channel member, my man. What is happening, brother? Good to see you, dude. And who else we got in here? We got Kevin Smith and Knives, channel member. What is up? Telling everybody, hey, I love seeing y'all chatting. Choose a debate, not hate. It's always good. Brother Ed, what is happening, man? Good to see you, man. I hope everybody's having a good week. I know it's early in the week, but I've actually put in part-time a couple days so far this week, and I'm more and more I think about it. I really enjoy it. It's just a change. It's kind of an adjustment, should we say? But it's all good, and I'm blessed, and I am glad to be here. Be Shady, channel member, my brother. What is happening, dude? Good to see you. We do have some knives to talk about. We got some knives I can't talk about, but I can give you like a little, maybe a peek, or we'll talk about it. We'll see what happens. I can't really talk about it, and I play by the rules. So there's some really cool stuff coming out November 1st from Kaiser. I'll probably have 2 unboxings at launch on November 1st. So stay peeled for those. There's some really cool stuff. They're really turning it up. So good to see you, Be Shady. My man, Richard Hopkins, the roaming gnome, is in the house. Channel member, good to see you, buddy. I hope you and the missus are doing great, and y'all are enjoying your wanderlust, my friend. So Cliff is in the house. What is up, Cliff Bratt? Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. Who else we got in here? I learned something very interesting that we'll talk about at some point. And it's really a hypothesis. I don't know if I've learned anything or if I've just foreshadowed something that I believe to be 100% cause and effect. But I'll talk to you guys and we'll see what you think. I'll look for chat reply throughout the evening, and I will be leaning on you guys like an emotional kickstand to fill me with stuff to talk about, because my brain is spinning like a merry-go-round. 1931 Leatherworks, Brother Terry, channel member, what is up? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. What is happening? I hope, again, Knife Nut 69, channel member, what is up? Short break. Be back after work. We will be here, my friend. I'll be here as long as you guys are here. Mrs. Kathleen Smith, good to see you, sister. I'm so glad to see you around. I hope you're having a good evening. So we will just get into it. As you guys know, I'm doing some part-time work up at Knives and More, my favorite little knife store, which is really cool because I get to look at some really cool knives, and I get to bring some knives home and review them. And one of the knife reviews that is going to go live. Hold on. This is me going ADHD on you just to make sure I tell you the right time that it's going to go live, or the right day. I don't think it's tomorrow. I think it's going to be on the 30th. So I've got a video that's going to come out on the 30th, and it's a new Microtech. And I know a lot of people don't like out the fronts. I get it. This one's particularly interesting to me because it's a UTX 85 Gen 4, and they just came out of the Gen 3. So I'm going to get a visual as I tell my story. So the UTX 85 is a smaller version of their most popular knife, the Ultratech. It is 15% smaller than the Ultratech, which is why they call it a UTX 85, 85% of the size. So it's never had the zero blade play. This is a zero blade play. And what I wanted to do before I did kind of a show and tell on that knife is learn what all had changed between the Gen 3 and the Gen 4. Because some of the things are obvious. For example, they've switched to Torx hardware. Awesome. So the knives are not proprietary hardware anymore. They have gone to the ceramic ball bearing little clip there. Very ergonomic design. Refined, what I think is a much better glass breaker for those of you who use glass breakers. But so I went to Microtech's page because they've got a whole section called, I should have this pulled up, but they have a whole section called the difference between Gen 3 and Gen 4. So the first thing that is there, hold on one second. My ADHD is making me type and I can't talk and type. So I'm going to go difference between Ultratech Gen 3 and Gen 4, question mark. All right, so Microtech has a whole page devoted to this. And you'll see where I'm going with this in just a second. It's a hypothesis. I don't know it to be true. I am suspicious because this tells you the Ultratech Gen 3 versus the Gen 4. What's the difference? Key features. The Generation 3 Ultratech stands out for its advanced zero blade play system, a breakthrough, yada, 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 yada. The first dot is zero blade play for industry leading safety and performance. This is features of the Gen 3, right? What's new in the Ultratech Gen 4? And as of 3 months ago, nothing had changed. But the most significant change is the removal of ZBP, zero blade play, resulting in minor blade movement that's virtually unnoticeable for most users. Gen 4 models deliver the same cutting-edge build quality, hardware, and action, but make the platform accessible to more enthusiasts with their $299 base price. So, the first feature, no zero blade play. So, why do you guys think that Microtech got away from zero blade play? Do you believe it's because they wanted to make the knife $2.99? Save you $100. I think Gavin at Hawk Knives, his stop pin and his other very specific patents were one of the few that weren't approved. Exactly. Geek Machinist wins. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know if it's true, but the first thing, and I talked to the people at Knives and More, and they try to stay away, stay away from all that. They call it drama. I call it legal wrangling. But I thought that was very interesting because zero blade play is a cool thing. That's why the Hawks are so great. Good lead in to if you're wanting Microtechs and you like zero blade play, grab it now because there are plenty of Gen 3 still out there. If you like the older Microtechs before the Gen 3 that had the proprietary hardware, those things at Blade HQ and talking to the people at Knives and More on Microtech, their Blade HQ has them at cost. We'll look at that in a second. I'm an affiliate at Blade HQ, but I'm not a big cheerleader for Blade HQ for a couple of reasons. I won't get into them now, mostly because they're big and your stuff sits in processing for, I don't know, 2 days, sometimes 3 before it ships. And they're smaller dealers that I like, or retailers. Microtech. I misspelled it. I want to make sure I get the pricing right. Ultra Tech. Boom, boom. Enter. And I'm going to share the screen. And we're just going to look at some of the pricing of the old ones, how much they're reduced. Because talking to my buddies at Knives and More, they say that Blade HQ, Microtech said on their site for all the dealers that you can do what you want to with the older pricing so you can move that inventory that you need to, right? And sorry, guys. I put an extra O in there. I can't spell. It goes back to my swirling brain. X85. Boom, boom. So Microtech said you can reduce the prices to where you want them to be, right? To move your Jesus Christ. Sorry, Jesus. Mike Row. And Blade HQ moved theirs all the way to cost. So if you want an older Microtech, they are very, very affordable right now, I think, for a USA made out the front. So as we go down here, these are regular ones, the ones that are on sale. So 201, 196.50. I don't know the different models yet. 196, right around one between, upper ones and right around $200. And that is not just daggers, but there's a dagger shows the different hardware, which is proprietary. Not that that's a big deal. It's just different. And Blade HQ has a lot of them. I'm sure other retailers have them, and they all have the clearance from Microtech to adjust the pricing. But when I was showing these guys the pricing on Blade HQs, they're like, oh, they've got them priced at cost. So $196.50 for a drop point, partially serrated. Let's see what we got here. Nice little Tanto. I'm trying to find something not serrated. And I know other people like serrated, but I'm not a big serrated fan. A lot of daggers, a lot of pages. So you guys can go look at this stuff. I'm sure they've got some that aren't partially serrated. I'm not going to run you down Microtech Alley, but again, $200 for a UTX 85. So let's just go Microtech OTF and see if they're all like that. And I know probably 70% of you have no desire and don't care. And I'll make this quick because I used to not ever think I wanted an OTF. And now I've got me. So the UTX 85, let's find something that's. All right. So here's an Ultratech for 238. This is the bigger version. So it looks like all of their, I guess you'd call that Gen 2, are priced at cost. So there's that. I can't believe, yay, Gavin. But there's some good deals on Microtech. So I had to share that. I won't go on it anymore. My brain got stuck there. I apologize. But yeah, nobody else thought that was news. I kind of thought it was interesting. I just found it, why would you talk about the feature and the Gen 3 and how it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then when you talk about the Gen 4, to me, it's a weird way to have it appear on the site. Yeah, Z, and again, I'm not saying at all be shady. I love the Mini Hera too. That's a great, great knife. And I've reviewed the Gen 4 UTX, which has never had zero blade play, and it's very close to zero blade play because I even did a comparison last night. I just find it interesting the way that they pushed it as the next great thing and how it was going to be eventually on all of their knives. Then Gavin came out with his video. Microtech did kind of a response video, but didn't call it a response video. And just recently, can't remember the last video I saw because I watched some of their marketing videos because I think that guy's really slick and I'm a marketer by heart. But he was talking about zero blade play being not only on the Gen 4, but be shady like Axel, but you can never land a shift, etc. Well, dude, I am the kind of guy that sells knives from time to time. I don't talk about it. And I have a weak thumb. Most people don't like Tantos. Shifts are, my hands are sweaty too. It goes with my swirling brain. But that is the most recent shift. It doesn't have the G10 or the carbon fiber. But I think on their site, they're in stock now. Yeah, there's a little bit smaller than the UTX 85 because I had Tate show me today that they're very close in size. The Hera, its trigger, its lever is much smoother, and I can deploy like really stiff Microtechs and some others, but my retraction, because my thumb is short and it's kind of weak, and right now it's sweaty as fuck because I'm just like swirling. I can't get it to come back in. However, it's got good traction. I don't know how well you can see that. It's got good jimping on the lever, so it's my sweaty finger. However, the zero blade play has very, very good jimping, and they've got this little X that your finger just comes and stops on. So like when I do my pull back, I've got something that's like a ledge. So this guy is like butter, even with my trippy, sweaty hands. But this knife cost me, I traded for it, but it was right at 400. I think it was right at 402. This one was 239. MagnaCut M390 MK. So, I mean, the value to me goes to the shift's favor. And go to Axial shift. And I think it's goes without saying that Microtech hates them. Um, I think they pulled kind of a coup um, on them, which talking to the guys over there, these are probably all going to be out of stock, but we're going to, I hate pop out. All right, so they've got Tanto, a clip point, double edge. I don't know what the two nice ones are sold at. Let's look at the carbon fiber. So they've got Mars Valley and Nebula. Neither one are my favorite. Those are $289. They up them like $50, and I personally like the plain. So I'm sure they're going to have the titanium or the carbon fiber at $289 are the ones that are going to be in stock. We will check the Tanto. I learned today talking to 3 people that people don't like Tantos. I think the bailout, which I've never had any interest in because of the blade steel, and it was only the first one that came out, but I kind of got away from it. But after reviewing the S90V version, the nicer one, it's just as thin. I think it's a bug out killer. And they're always available on Blade Bench. Let's go. I say always. There won't be one today, I'm sure. Fuck is that? The Alpine's a great knife. One of my favorite USA made little Magna Cut thin fixies. All right, so they don't have any shifts. I don't think they can sell automatics, right? Isn't that something that Blade Bench can't do? I don't know. I'm going to get out of sharing screens. I wasn't even sharing that probably. Who knows? Y'all see my little Halloween skeleton dude up here holding the fret? Yeah, that's right. AI's helping me along. Geek Machinist, I don't know if I said hey to you, channel member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Joe Isabella, the man, the myth, the legend. My buddy and a channel member. So don't y'all think really the only reason Microtech would take away zero blade play and the way they talk about it is just to save a little cash, which is great, but I don't remember Microtech ever bending over backwards to save us cash. I've always thought from back when I first got into knives, again, and I'd go to St. Nick's Knives in my local mall here in Huntsville, and I'd look at the Microtechs. I think they were always right out of my reach. I wasn't buying those type of knives yet. That price. Who knew? I had no idea where I was going to go in terms of buying crazy shit, but at least that's curbed for a second. I just thought of something brilliant, which really wasn't brilliant. It was just my brain teasing me. And I forgot what it was. It was something I was going to, oh yeah, the MSI Mini, the Mini Microtech. The first one that's going to come out is going to be titanium. It's going to be a little bit high, but then they're going to come out, in the regular trim packages, probably in that right under 300 range, right around 300. But I found out today when I was just searching around, if you go Marathon, or let's see if I can spell this right. Oh, I can't spell it. And if you scroll down these guys here, boom, There's one in stock. It's a custom, but it gives you an idea. I want to say it's 6. It's expensive. The titanium one that's going to launch first. I'd have to check my DMs because I was at work today when I got a question. Let me go to Instagram real quick, and I'll tell you how much it's going to initially come out for. And they're all in production now. Mm, what in the world? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Messages. It is going to be scroll, scroll, scroll. Yeah, there's a mini for sale at Arizona, but they're going to be. Where did I put the price? The titanium one is going to drop at 450, but then they're going to release, the G10 and probably the FRN as well. But for those of you who can't wait and you have 1500 burning a hole in your pocket, DLT and I'm sure other places have it. So this one's 7.5 inches. So it's not very mini to me. I mean, the MSI is such a big knife, so it's definitely mini compared to the full size. I think this blade's gorgeous, though. Look at that blade. Hologrind. This is the Marathon Select. So the Microtech won't be quite as sweet. 3.1 inch blade, 4.25 inch handle. Probably be here in 30 days or so. And only available initially in titanium at 450. Brown Sugar, welcome, young lady. Good to see you. Good to see you. Settle in. I hope you've got time and you can chill. Great to see you. I wish I could. I did an unboxing. I don't even think I have the thumbnail handy, but I did an unboxing of 2 Blade Series Kaiser, and I want to say 12 Vanguards. Mainly, like 4 of them were fixed blades. I'm the fixed blade guy for them, or one of their fixed blade guys. But I was really impressed with the knife. One of the knives that they're bringing back that was one of my favorite. This is just the I can talk and riddle. It was my favorite bladesmith that I gave away. I even said that when I did a giveaway on it. The designer's first name's Uli, and they're going to be available with both a top liner lock and a clutch lock in several different trim levels. So I think it's great to see a knife that I found back then to be a great knife come back in lower trim levels. And a new knife that I've not seen that's an interior or in-house design knife. Nothing wrong with that, but it's cool. And the fixed blades are awesome. Have y'all ever heard of? Let me go. We'll just look at the Instagram page. Hell, they've got them. They can show them, but I can't. So let's just go look at the shit. And we're going to search for my buddy Kaiser. The reason I don't think they want anybody to show it is you can't link it or really get an exact price. So I understand. I'm just kidding, Kaiser. I'm just kidding. So this is, and I'm going to mess this up so much. This one here is called the PHOCA. Foca. That's how I pronounce that. Foca. What's up, Foca? The Foca. Foca. So this is the one on the left here. These are all Focas. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so then we're going to move on because I'm going to show you something that's really, really cool. This is what's really, really cool. So this knife is freaking awesome. I forget the name of it. I can't talk about it. This knife, top sale, absolute winner. I had not checked this one out. This is the Foca, and this is the T1 button liner lock. They also have a clutch lock version. This is a new design. I forget the outside designer's name. It's called the Rook. Very cool. This is what excited me the most. This is the drop bear fix, which I've had many before. Given several away. This uses, I don't know if you can see this handle here. I'm going to try Kyle's trick. I think it's Control Plus. Hold on. Nope. I'm not going to mess it up. But can y'all see that top knife? Let me tell you what they call the micarta. And it comes from a specific maker. So it's a type of micarta. But this is, to me, it looks like vintage caramel micarta. Beautiful. And the blade that I looked that came on my versions, one's AEBL and the other's S45 on a drop bear. And it's a sheep's foot, which is awesome. So the drop bear. All right, we're going to go to one of the posts that just show. Here is the Rook, which is a really cool knife. And they've done something different. I did not get one of these. This knife here, it looks like Damascus, is not. It is the 1090A2, which is this knife, marks Kaiser's first ever 3-layer composite steel delivering exceptional toughness and cutting performance. So I don't know what it is, but that's a 3-layered up composite that they've done. So it's kind of unique. Here is where I think the T1 is a beautiful knife. The BD's the button liner lock, and the T1 is the clutch lock. Mine are D2. I think I have one in AEBL. So they're going to be value priced, but cool knives. And again, one of my favorite Blade Series knives. I just think it's a great knife. Uli Heinrich. Heineck. Uli, U-L-I. Hennick or Heineck. I don't know how you pronounce that. Anyway, that's not the knife I'm looking for. Where is that son of a bitch? I'm looking for that little drop bear by itself. All right, let me go to Kaiser EDC. Maybe that's where it was. I don't know if y'all knew that, but Kaiser posts stuff on 2 pages. All right, more than 2, actually. So that is, all right, here we go. The premium, blah, blah, blah. Like rich light. All right, Norplex Ultra X micarta handle. The brown, and I'll show you a picture of it, but the brown Norplex is the maker. Ultra X micarta is the type of product that they're using, right? And I've seen it both in material that looks just like that, and they've got this one, I think this is it here. But the one that I found irresistible is this one on the right. When you look at it close, which unless I can get an individual picture of it. No. So the closest you're going to see of it is, and also it's going to be available in carbon fiber, an S45. But it's just a beautiful material. Have y'all heard of Ultra X micarta or seen it on other knives? Anybody wear that stuff? Anybody wear that stuff? I'm back in the chat so I can see whatever y'all are doing now. I haven't been up. What's up, Satisfaction, feller? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I've not shipped of all. We were having a conversation about shipping stuff that's given away, and I have failed Satisfaction. He is my albatross right now. However, he's getting a larger prick. I did not know that the prick that was sent with a fret that we were getting rid of was not something that Shane had thrown into me, because Shane did the giveaway on a regular live stream and I didn't write it down. So how was I going to remember that? It's my fault for not writing it down, but it wasn't a normal giveaway. So I did fail. And I'm thinking about sending you the small one and keeping the large one just to stick it to you. Um, and I may do that, buddy, because it is your prick. And I was telling everybody in the group that I used to be the worst. I used to do giveaways, and I've been doing this for probably, I don't know however many shows, 149. But I'd always do a budget knife giveaway on every Friday Night Flicks. Well, for the first year at least, I didn't have pirate ship set up. I didn't have a thermal printer, which are, you can get them for less than 89. Mine was $89. Greatest thing since sliced bread. So what I would do is I would do the giveaway on Friday. I'd box up the knife. I'd set it right over here on the table by my door, and I would plan on taking them to UPS because I'd have to print me a label, and I would send them. They could be the UPS store close to my neighborhood. Also, is tied into the post office. My local post office is a nightmare to even go in there and deal with those people. It raises my blood pressure. I lose faith. It's just a bad scene. And they're not all like that. I've got a post office further away from my house where they're just delightful people. Anyway, I don't go to the post office. So what would happen is I would have, the next Friday would come around, and I'd have a giveaway, and I'd look over there and I'd say, and by the way, whoever won last week, you haven't shipped yet, but you will. And guys, I would get a pile of knives, like 5 to 6 to 7 weeks worth of giveaways that I'd boxed them up. They had the address handwritten on them, but I still had to go to UPS to get a label and to get them mailed, right? So it was terrible for people who won to wait that long. B, Maddie, you're one of my favorite people in the world. You guys are great, and I'm going to hook you up. It would definitely fail prick, and it's just so apropos that a prick failed him on the prick. So yeah, I get it. I feel it. It was one of those things that was tough for me. But so people weren't getting their stuff. I'd get emails every now and then. Hey, did it get lost in the mail? No, I've got it all boxed up. I just have it. And nobody understands that. I'm basically sitting there whining about me being too lazy to put them all in a trash bag and go down to the UPS store. So Lefty was the one that was talking about his little Rolo printer. And this is when Debo was cranking out stuff. And he basically pointed me down the thermal printer where you don't ever have to buy ink for it. It's real small, and it prints the label out. And then by using Pirate Ship, I save a lot of money on shipping. I can go in there and I can choose first class, or I can choose UP. I can ship it any way I want to. I do USPS, first class, or priority plus, whatever it's called. And I get a little break through Pirate Ship, but that's the reason I have people email me on the members giveaways. Their address is because I can just copy it. First of all, I can take their email address. I can pop it in Pirate Ship. Pirate Ship will automatically send them a tracking label. So what happens is usually Sunday night, because my member lives are Saturday afternoon. I think I forget, 4:30, 2:30, something like that. I don't know. But I'm consistent on them. But it's after the mails run, so I can't get it out on Saturday. But every Monday, Sunday night, the winner will get except Maddie, but that wasn't a members live. That was just a random one that Shane threw in there, and he should have shipped that son of a bitch. He shouldn't have shipped it to me to ship to Maddie. He should have shipped it to Maddie. I love Shane. He doesn't always think that way. And he could have put a note in there. By the way, I included Maddie's prick that I'm sure you don't remember prick giving away, because I gave it away on your show, and you're always ADHD, OCD, brain dead, high, you name it, right? Jesse, I think we've all got a little prick in us. The bottom line is, I think, and there was so much good back and forth, because I think what happened is this YouTuber had been always real open with his audience and said, what I'm going to do is ship the giveaways quarterly. Right. So it was manageable for them. They do a full-time job. I totally, however you want to do your stuff. For me, it caused me so much anxiety knowing that I had the table full of giveaways that by investing $80 in the printer, and then I bought one thing from Amazon. I think they were like $12 of the thermal printing labels, and Lefty told me the ones to get that are better than the generic ones. You can get them for cheaper than that. Might have been $15. I've got 500. I've still got half of them left. Changed my life. It really did, because it takes it off my plate, right? I don't have to think about it, because out of sight, out of mind. And, you know, there's a lot to be said. And I used to get grief for it, is by doing giveaways, you're bringing out the worst of some people that are just looking to win a knife. I agree with that, and to a point. That only happens if you put giveaway in your title, or you mention that there's going to be a giveaway, because that's where those people or those bots search out those type of streams to go win something, right? So I don't think I know I've never done a member mile or a channel subscriber milestone giveaway. Like, I didn't do 1,000, I didn't do 5,000, I didn't do, I feel like that's then me kind of transacting with you guys, bribing you to subscribe to the channel so you might get a chance to win something that somebody else is probably going to win. To me, I didn't ever want to use giveaways like that. I never wanted to publish them on a thumbnail to get more people in my live streams. We run between 20 and 40 people, and always have, and it's a great group, and I'm thankful for every one of you, but I don't want 200 people in here. You know, most of them that aren't conversing with the chat, they're just lurking for the giveaway. So, I think there are ways to do it. My whole logic is, even before I ever had a company send me a knife, I had so many knives because I was a knife addict who was buying knives all the time. And then I graduated from this price point to this price point, and I wasn't carrying these knives, and I could have sold them for what, 40, $50, or I could have done a giveaway. And the way I look at it is, if we were at Blade Show, or if we were just talking and you liked the knife that I had that I wasn't carrying, I just give it to you. That's how I think things work, right? You kind of help out brothers. So the only way to do that online is to do giveaways, but you don't have to announce it. Again, the people that come to the lives, that see them happen every week, know that there's going to be one, but that doesn't bring more people. They're not out there telling people, hey man, you can get a free knife chance if you come. So I'm not doing it to grow participation. I'm just doing it kind of as a thank you. And if we were hanging out together at a knife swap or a knife meetup, something like that, you saw something in my case, because I hoard knives too that I don't carry anymore. Chances are, unless it's a several $100 knife, then I'll make you a really good deal on it if I don't carry it. But chances are, I just give it to you. So, and on the members lives, every one of those are just a thank you live stream. I appreciate members kind of as a vote of confidence in me talking to myself and just doing me for, a knife channel, or if you want to call it that. To me, it's a hobby, right? And if somebody's willing to me, it's like a vote of you're doing okay. So I'm really thankful for that. It's not that I want to grow it as a revenue stream. It's very helpful, but that's not the point. For me, it's just kind of like, I don't know if people talk to you about, or if you think about it, a knife reviewer, a knife shower offer, a knife tuber, whatever you want to call it. We're talking to ourselves about knives. And depending on how much content you put out, you can be talking to yourself a lot, right? So I talk to myself at least daily for between 8 and 20 minutes on average. And then I'll talk to myself for whatever 15 times 9 is seconds. So I'll talk to myself for another hour, maybe, or 30 minutes there. However many, I can't do math. But you've got to be in the mindset to go talk about something that, and I don't do a lot of prep, like editing type stuff, but I do want to make sure that if I have an experienced knife, if it's an unboxing, that I know what makes it different, right? So it's appreciated. Thumbs up are appreciated, stuff like that. Not because of any vanity measurement or metric. It's just that, you know, I know some of my videos are much shittier than others just because I wasn't necessarily feeling it or I wasn't touching on the right stuff. And it's just, to me, I call it creative constipation. And it's not my videos that perform the best. I don't do much because I have to. Maddie, I love you, dude. That's not what I meant. But do hit the like button. I'm going to start saying hit the like button. That'd be awesome. I'd appreciate that. But yeah, you know, it's kind of one of those things that you want to get better at what you do. So when I say the videos that do the best are like and they're the most entertaining, the kind of videos I like to watch is when I do like a group of knives, like I do a group of fixed blades, or I do a group of folders, or this type of knife, or that type of knife, the ones that are my favorites. But that takes so much planning, and it's not. I want y'all to understand when you deal with, and I'm not making excuses, but I just want you to understand when you deal with adult ADHD and depression and other things, laziness and procrastination or not wanting to do it is not always a choice. It's just kind of like you're doing the best you can just to do this, like a knife overview or review or talking about a knife. I love doing that. I much more enjoy once I have the knives laid out and I have the concept of what the longer video is going to be about. And if I look at my views, they perform amazingly. So if I should do that more, right? I should really, that's why I say I'm going to get better. I plan to get better, but a lot of it is mental health related. It's not that I don't want to make that content. Hey, I want to gather some more stuff so I can look at when I think of a video that I think people might want to watch. It's not easy for me to formulate those kind of ideas without just looking at it through my lens. Because I'll be honest with you, the videos that I expect to be just basic videos are the ones that always surprise me and get the views. And the ones that I think, well, this is a great video. I enjoyed making it. I think it's cool information. You know, I don't get, I'm not the view guy, but I'm not in it for any of that. I'm in it because I enjoy it. Right. But when people, the reason I do giveaways which is what this whole ramble on my twisted merry-go-round kaleidoscope brain trying to come out is, giveaways have always been just because I appreciate anybody who takes the time to watch my shit and to come hang out for a live stream. That I do live streams because live streams for me, particularly Grateful Panics, were where I met some of my best friends, right? Where I've forged relationships years ago that, from being a chatter, that I see happen. And I always wanted to provide not a great show or let's go look at knives that you can buy and use my affiliate link. Although I have affiliate links, I have a Beacons that has them all in one place. If you use it, it's great. If you don't, great. But I want live streams. I set them up for people to come and hang out and chat. It's for you guys. And hopefully I'm just background noise. And maybe I'll have drama, or I'll have something that I learned interesting, or a hypothesis that I have, or, you have a good guest. The week after Halloween, it was going to be this week, I bumped into today Greg Datcher, one of the finest knife makers in North Alabama. But as you'll see when you meet him, he doesn't really consider himself a knife maker. This guy is a full-on artist. He's one of the best sculptors in the country. I mean, the guy's amazing. He's a mixed media artist, and one of the things he does is makes knives. I've done a review on one of his knives that A to Z EDC let me borrow. But he's going to be a guest. I think it's November 6th or 7th, next Friday night, the Friday after Halloween, which Friday Night Flicks is on Halloween. I don't know if it's going to be 8 of you guys, but I'm going to be here for it. Probably not going to dress up. Probably just going to hang. I do got some Halloween. We'll maybe get some Halloween drops. Who knows? Another day of the week. I'm going to be hiding from kids. And I'll make sure the cats are inside on Halloween. So that's how I'll spend my Halloweens now with you guys. But I might dress up. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? But yeah, so Javon's Knife Flicks, and part of the Knives and More, the decision for me to work with them part-time, and believe me, it's not to get rich. It's just to have something to occupy my brain and to be around something that I really like, knives that I'm not privy to, that I don't like. I don't get a chance to look at Condor knives. Granted, I haven't been impressed with enough to review one, but and other knives, right? A lot of that I'm very impressed with. ZT 0513, I think that's what it's called. It's a crew wear knife. One side's micarta, the other side's titanium, which most people, that takes out half the people because they hate mixed media, or one side to be one thing and the other to be the other. I'll start making less and less sense as the live goes on. It's just the way that those things work. But I'm getting to experience really cool stuff. So it's not that I want to keep them separate, but I want to use. I don't make commissions at Knives and More. Nobody does. It's not a. It's there, and there are only 2 guys that work there all the time, and then there's me and another guy, super cool guy, Levi, who does some part-time stuff there. So it's really small, but they're the biggest. I think the biggest Benchmade dealer in the state. They're one of the oldest. They're definitely the oldest in the state, and they're knife people. They're huge ProTech dealer, huge Microtech dealer, huge Spyderco dealer, ZT, Kershaw, Cold Steel, all the main. But what makes them different is they're case guys. The older guy, John, who's my age, maybe a little bit younger, started the store as a case store, and he does a lot of estate sales. And people over the years have learned that he's the guy to go sell your antique cases too. And he's got one of the greatest. It's a destination store for a lot of people. I'm not a slip joint guy as much anymore, but that's probably the driver of the uniqueness of the store. But what drives the uniqueness for me is they're very aggressive traders. So they trade with their clientele amazingly well. So they'll sell a knife. A lot of times they'll get it back 5-10 years later. Right now, there's a Benchmade Bally Song down there. I put an Instagram post on it today. It's called the Aluminum Bally Song, I think is what it's called. It's got a blue blade. They made 500 of them. This is number 10. Ultra freaking rare. And they've had other super rare, cool stuff because they sold it initially, right? And they have right now everything from Medfords, they're not a dealer for, they've got used. They've got Tactiles up there. They've got Jack Wolf, regular Jack Wolf Silver Series, which aren't available anymore. Those are the $199 ones that were there. And then they've got Sheer Goroffs, 2. They've got only one Chris Reeves left. They had 6. One guy traded all at once, brought in 6. I see some cool shit go down there, and get to be around cool knives. What I learned is it's something about the lighting and something about the background, the shorts didn't work when I tried to do them down there. So I've got to come up with a way to feature that content more, because I don't just have access to those knives where I can bring them home and review them because I work an afternoon shift and I don't ever want anything to be off the shelf, right? So a lot of the custom stuff that I'd like to review, and there's some reviews that I've got out there before I ever started working there that they'd let me take home and review on a Saturday afternoon. I would go up there about 5:30. They close at 6. I'd pick up a knife or two that Tate, who I hung out with at Blaze Show, and I've known because he used to work at St. Nick's, the knives that they wanted to feature. And I'd come and it gave me content, and they were show and tell content. If you guys watched any of it, I wouldn't cut with those knives because they're somebody's knife. They were usually vintage knives or very unique knives. For example, they've got this Benchmade up there, and I asked him today, why is this thing $150? It was only made for a few years. It's I'm about to show it to you. It's a Mel Pardue design. It's as thin, and he said it's the predecessor to the Bug Out. A great little spear pointy knife, and I'll be damned if it's under $200 and it's just sitting there. So I don't want to take something like that. Don't want to do that. I don't want to take something like that off the shelf and do a review because I'm not going to be able to take it back Monday morning. So let me show you something. And what these guys will do, they don't have a website, right? So they're not doing the they think of themselves as a local destination store. These are the pictures of stuff I took today. So this is that very rare Benchmade 42-01 Balisong aluminum is all that's on the box. Totally different box. And it's not anything I would buy or I'm interested in, but it's unique. This is a little USA made thing called GT knives. It's a mini GT. I'd never heard about it because they don't make them anymore. They're not in business anymore, but it's just a cool little knife. And then tactile turns, they've got everything from Bexers to Maverick because people trade for that stuff, right? These are just pictures I took today. They've got something I'd never buy again, a ProTech Flyfather 2. That's like a Godfather Balisong. I mean, ProTech makes those still, but you rarely see them. They got a cool Mordax. They've got one of my favorite fixies. I don't own one, but a SOCOM Alpha, the little Outbreak series, which I'm not a fan of because it's kind of beat up to hell before you ever get it. I like to do my own beating up to hell. Where's that knife? Here's the backside of the ZT that I like so much. That's crew wear, thin and slicey. The other side's micarta. Show you the different. Oh, I know. It's scroll down just a bit. Boom, Dustin Driver. But here's the Benchmade that I was looking for. This is a Mel Pardue Benchmade. I don't like it. It's not my brand. My favorite Benchmade, but it's G10. It's super thin. I want to say it's S35 bar lock, and it's like $150 maybe for a very rare knife. It's called the Benchmade Pardue, or no, I just called it the Mel Pardue because I didn't know what the name of it was. It doesn't have a box. Neon E-Knives edition purple L-Max Shiro sitting up there. Dustin Driver is a maker. I bought 2 of his fixed blades. I reviewed one of his folders that A to Z EDC bought. This is Dragon Skin Damascus Moku tie custom knife. I mean, just outstanding stuff that I'm blessed to be able to just hold on to, right? This is a used one that came back in that they sold. The guy came back in and traded it. The Marathon Select, Baker Forge, Copper Maya, Damascus, Cypher 2, little Microtech, Warncliffe. Not my jam, but it's unique. It's rare. And I get to play with shit like that, which I enjoy. So that's the floor. Really nice, but for some reason the shorts don't form. That's a Demco 8020 machine grade, full size. This is some knife they got. They haven't priced it yet. Came in on an estate sale. It's a 3-blade, 4-blade, I think, slip joint that's probably 12 inches closed. Yeah, I just started last week, so I think that's all the shit. This knife finally sold. I say finally. That was a tie. Benchmade 941 TI-01. That was number 7 of 500 that were ever made. Titanium handle, blade steel. I can't remember what that was, but the 941 is a knife that's been discontinued. That's has the same handle as the Osborne, the 940, but I love the clip point blade. I wish they'd bring that back, but that one did sell. But just cool stuff. And I only have, I don't spend all the time that I'm there taking pictures. It's just when it's slow, I'll take a picture of something. This is a Randall Model 2. I don't know anything about it except it's an awesome knife. I think it's about $700. Stacked leather handle, one off dagger. It would suck going in the side of your head and it would look good in the case. It's cool, just cool stuff. So I feel here's my skull dude. I've also got the zombie dude, but it took my AI took the knife out, but it gave me some cool knuckle tats. So I don't know how I feel about that one yet. I do like the skull. It gives me a Grateful Dead vibe. But I just ramble. This is a knife I'm about to show you in person. This was sent to me by Marlboro Handcraft. So custom makers and people like Michael Martin at American Blade Works, I'm going to get to finally review one of his knives, but I never, ever keep custom knives. I send them back. Or I do like I did on this one. I went into sell knife mode, sell PKL MR1, and I could not send this back. I bought it. It's a unique knife. The guys at Knives and More say you're going to slide up on the handle. Not me. It's called the Budge. Let me see if I'm even sharing a picture of the damn thing. I am. All right, let me stop sharing. So that is a Marlboro Handcraft Budge. I've got the little prick that somebody traded me for a while back. Very thin micar to handle. The blade steel, I'd have to go to their website and look it up. It's a carbon steel. But this thing, guys, is slicey. So the complaint that my buddies at Knives and More were like, well, it doesn't have anything to keep your hand from going up on that blade. Well, to me, the micarta, feeling it, and I'm not going to be using this knife to do anything but open cat food, open packages. I'm not going to be using it to hopefully jab into somebody's head. I would throw it at somebody first. But it's a beautiful knife. And what makes it to me, I reviewed it. I came in on a Friday. I did an unboxing. I don't think I've done a review yet, but I was going to send it back this coming week. Yeah, the end of this week. So after I got it, I just fell in love with it. It rarely happens. It's happened a couple of times recently. It happened with the Mr. Titan, which is kind of a expensive one. Oh my God. Paul Mills gifting a membership, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Man hug coming your way. I hope it's not too loud. Thank you, Paul. Let's see who got that membership. Because they need to come by Saturday and drop the secret word in. You never have to be present. You just have to drop the word and go. I'll find you. Dude, that is so awesome. Usually it shows me. I don't see it. But again, my brain's swirling, so I hope I haven't missed anything else. Said Stevie, $2 for the nannerpuss. gladly, my friend. Stevie and Maddie, I don't know if they know this. I think they probably do. And I have a feeling they somehow conspired and made this happen because I don't remember doing it. But they are actually master moderators. They are not your regular Javon's Knife Flick mods. They are the only two people that have.
You can call me Nannerpuss, Nannerpuss. And guess what? I love Nannerpuss. You can call me Nannerpuss, Nannerpuss. And guess what? I love Nannerpuss.
I love Nannerpuss too. But yeah, so those guys are Stevie. I think I met him in Grateful Panic's, and Maddie too. I met them first in Grateful Panic's lives, and then we bumped into each other at my first Blade show and hung out a bit, and has just become a great friend. Again, from the community, from random chats, and I think they are the funniest duo. I mean, comedic duo. Their live streams are freaking hilarious. Love it, love it, love it. We all did. And that's one thing that I wouldn't piss on a fire to put Grateful Panic out. That's just me. But because of that, the fact that that was my place, I would spit as much as I could before I got a bunch of dry mouth to try to put them out, because it's just like, I don't, how was I going to put that? Ex-wife, don't care much, but I got a wonderful child that I would not trade for the world. So my ex-wife gets a pass because of the child. GP gets all the spit I can muster if he ever catches fire around me because of the community he kind of had come up around him. It was awesome. Friday night, what was it? Friday night I'm live, or Tuesday I can't remember. He had a couple of different lives. He went live Tuesday and he went, dude, link coming right now to you and Maddie. I usually link you guys together, even though Maddie's always busy. And I value that about Maddie, because Maddie's a dad before he's a guy who hasn't gotten his prick yet, because he's the only person I haven't fulfilled a giveaway to. And he's the one that could make the roasting video, and I'm sure it's coming. Grooves, that's it. And Friday I'm in live because it was off play on The Cure. Give me 2 seconds. Go to Instagram. Boom, boom. Go to messages. Go to SAI. Stevie, if you get bored and you got a signal, you jump in. And Maddie, can't do one without the other, because y'all are kind of radically different people, but you're kind of the same person. And if I hadn't met you both and seen you on lives together, I mean, it's interesting there. There's some weirdness there. There's always room in the heart for forgiveness. And did I say never? I would never pee on a fire. There's always room for forgiveness. You're right. And there's not, to me, the older humans get, the smaller their friend groups naturally become, because friends die off, people change, blah, blah, blah. There's room in the heart for forgiveness. I'll leave it for that, Maddie. That's a great sentiment. Leave it for you. I'll tell you what. I know that would be more of a dump session. I say, I'll come on Mental Health Monday and tell you the trauma fucking trip I was on for 2 years, but I won't do that. Donzo, bless knives. What is up, brother? I've got a Donnie drop. Donnie, it is good to see you, buddy. Your knives are looking awesome. Paul keeps me posted, and I'm all over there's definitely sometimes not room for, sometimes not, but I think the sentiment should always be there. Forgiveness is not forgetting. So forgiveness, how I learned, I didn't practice it, but how they tell you in AA is it's really, if the person it's to free your own heart of that, not to make you forget that something bad happened or a bunch of bad things happened, it's just a burden to bear, right? I don't think about it. Don't think about that situation because it was so trivial. It was just weird. Um, Stevie.
Yo.
So the rest of the story is, I guess it's long enough where YouTube won't. I'm swimming, dude. I'm freaking swimming. I'm seeing purple.
First off, I'm nothing like Satisfaction, and he's nothing like me.
But y'all compliment each other so much that it's almost indistinguishable. Y'all's humor plays the best. I mean, it's just too good. And Maddie's drops are getting on point. I mean, y'all outdo each other in wittiness.
We definitely bring out the goofiness in each other. That's for sure.
Dreamy Joker, what is up?
Half the time, that's all I'm trying to do is make my Maddie giggle.
Saying "don't forget" is usually an excuse for people who hold a grudge to say. No, when I say "don't forget," and that could be true, but when I say "don't forget," is fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So learning a life lesson and granting forgiveness from the teacher of that lesson, I think it's just reality. You can forgive and not forget, but then you're not growing from experiences that you found not to be pleasant. One of those things.
I can
tribe before vibe. I agree.
For sure. And I can definitely forgive, but I don't forget either. So,
well, to me, a grudge, and this is how I was taught or learned a grudge, is like holding something against people, wanting bad things to happen to them, wanting karma to catch up with them. And it basically takes years and happiness off the person who's holding the grudge. So I get it. But to anchor Stevie's point, not forgetting is just like, okay, it doesn't mean I'm not, once I forgive you, I may even reconnect with you as a friend and go out and hang out with you and start to, the love's still there. Believe it or not, you can have not an ounce of piss in your body to put somebody out on fire and love them. And you're doing it for your, it's just part of it. It's life, right?
Yeah.
But
luckily I've also, the older I got, the more quicker I really am to cut people out of my life. That, I don't have time in my life. I know enough awesome people, in all honesty. I know enough awesome people that shitheads just don't have I don't have room for them.
And I've respected that from you because you've always been true to that. You don't hide from that shit. You don't walk a fence. I'm a people pleaser by nature. I don't know why that is, and it sucks. But being able to make those determinations, because we all get vibes and feelings. But I always want to find the optimism, be the, and think there's good in everybody. Granted, several times it's been to my detriment, but I've learned lessons from that. So, my higher power, which is a raccoon that comes by about 3 days a week. He's give me peace with that. And it's all practice because we all want to be better at forgiving, at forgetting, at love, at being able to. What I want to be better at is being, and I've become as I've gotten older, more protective of my boundaries, but more outspoken when something disagrees with me. To go, no, dude, I call you out on that shit. A lot of times I'll let things go. And one of the biggest things, well, I won't even go there, but I will let things go out of awkwardness that I don't want to inject myself with. And that's being a coward. So that's me being cowardly. No, in a way it is. In a way it is. So being a people pleaser to me is not, a lot of people say, well, you don't really stand for anything. Well, I stand for a lot of things. I just don't bring them to streams, right? I don't think that outside of knives, it's not that it's not my family or the community's business. It's just that we're never all going to agree on certain things. And in Alabama, it's college football, religion, and politics. And it's just hot rails I don't like to step on. but they always come up, and I don't necessarily run from them, but
Right.
they're right and wrong things that I should be, especially as a channel. If I feel a certain way, I should share that because it's not the law. It's just how I feel, And a
Right.
lot of times I
Yeah.
will temper what I say because I don't want to hurt somebody unnecessarily because I feel a certain way is not enough of a reason to shit on them.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, and yeah, really though, I can be very hypocritical about this stuff. I'll say one thing and then do the exact other. It really depends on how I'm feeling at the moment.
But-
and it depends on how much they've. I think people don't piss me off as much as they just really annoy me sometimes.
Well, and the older we get,
but
everybody, that's why our circles get smaller because it's scientifically been proven that people are annoying. Animals are probably better.
But-
And
because I know I annoy a lot of people, that's why it is what it is. They annoy me. I'm not going to vilify them for it. Whereas in the past, I would take that as them pissing me off and just go scorched earth. And now I'm like, I'm equally as annoying, and they probably feel the same thing about me. So, not worth saying anything.
Exactly, and a lot of it is. Bless Knives, Donnie. I love you too, brother. Always. And again, I respect people that stand for whatever it is. I don't have to agree with all of it, but I can respect the fact that you have the balls to be you. I can be me, but me is more of a pleasing kind of like don't want to shake the boat. If something's shitty, like my hypothesis on the Microtech taking away the zero blade play in Gen 4 is because Gavin kicked their ass. And I think stuff like that's interesting.
Did they really? Did they take that away?
Yeah, I did a review yesterday, dude. On a Gen 4 UTX. Now, it's never been in the UTX. So what I wanted to do is learn the differences that might not be aware of to Microtech. And I've still got it pulled up here. The differences between the Gen 3 and the Gen 4. So the Gen 3 Ultratech, they talk about all zero blade play, zero blade play, zero blade play. We went to regular hardware that wasn't proprietary. We did some other things. And the difference and it's the best blade, it just goes into, because it's on the same page. I'm about to pull it up and show it to you because I did it earlier. You might not have been in here yet. But then when you go to Gen 4, the first bullet point is we have discontinued zero blade play. It brings the price of the knives down considerably. So to me, Microtech has never struck me as a company that's looking to bottom the market with the pricing of their knives. They're very expensive, right? So in the paragraph above on your page, Microtech, this is on Microtech's website. They're talking about Gen 3's zero blade plays the greatest thing since sliced bread. And as much as 2 months ago, it was going to be in more of their knives.
Right.
It was going to be, they were rolling it out. It was not that we want to save you $100. And our blades don't wiggle that much anyway. And that's what it says on their page. So what I think is Gavin was right about the stop pin or one of the original, because there are 3 patents or 4 that weren't approved. And I think they're either waiting or they're not doing it anymore. It's not happening. So if you want a zero blade play from Microtech, there's still some out there.
My only experience with the zero blade play was on the Blade Show Atlanta exclusive that they did.
I didn't see that one.
And so he talked about it in the chat, so I don't think I'm blowing it up. But David from Orion Knives, he's like, "Hey, I got
awesome
it."
Person.
He
Human being.
Amazing. He hands me his, and I'm like, "Oh, it's zero blade play." He's like, "Tell me what you think." And it was not zero blade play.
No, it wiggled.
There was some blade play, and I go, "What'd they say about this?" He's like, "I brought it back to him." He said, "Because I got 2 of them." and unboxed this one, unboxed the other one. The other one is a true zero blade play. This one wiggled. He's like, so I brought it back to him, and they said,
Did they
"Oh no,
adjust it for him?"
they said that's an acceptable tolerance."
It's not only they say it's acceptable tolerance, which I hate that language. Mine has not moved at all. I've heard from people that it develops blade play, but they've got a video on their website that shows it's the only time I've ever seen a flathead, a small eyeglass flathead's needed, because you take the blade out from the end. I've never taken it out the front apart, but you have to reset that mechanism. So that case, you shouldn't have to do that.
And maybe so. And the amount of blade play that there was very minimal. Very, very, very minimal. However, they didn't call it a
minimal
blade play.
They call it zero.
Zero blade play. And
truth in marketing, brother.
Yeah. So I think they made a mistake by doing that. Whereas, again, I've handled deadlocks and there's zero blade play.
I've never
handled
one, but I've talked to people who have. And I believe in Gavin.
Steve Clare drove to Hawk Knives and bought 9 of them. Nine deadlocks. All of them were. I
can't even count that high.
Yeah.
They made those for him, I guess, right? He'd ordered those long before.
It was a very special deal of a buddy of his, and he had reached out to him and was like, it was right before Blade Show Texas. And he's like, yeah, fat chance, but I'll reach out. And he's like, hey, can I get 9 of these? And they're like, people ask all the time. And so he sent him a picture of the cash, and they're like, yeah, when do you want to pick those up? We'll have them for you.
Hey, money will, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Exactly. And you might be able to run a couple of extra shifts. Because I'm sure to be that precision of a manufacturer, you could turn it up with manpower or running the machines longer without jeopardizing the quality.
Yeah, well, he's got like a compound, and people that work for him like live there in eastern Idaho.
And it's very few, like less than 20, right?
Oh yeah. It's very, very small amount. But hey, what up, Cheeto?
Cheeto Bite.
Hope you're feeling better.
I missed a lot of people. I apologize, Luke. What's up? I'm just chatting. Hopefully, you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, Gavin is his own dude. I've talked to him a couple times.
Well, I think I told you the awkwardness of this, the way this happened for me, how I acquired it 3 days before. I traded my Medford Mini Marauder, the thick one, for this knife at Knives and More before I ever was doing part-time stuff, because I wanted to try it out, and I knew I couldn't afford a deadlock, but there was no drama yet. Well, 3 days later, maybe 2 days later, Gavin's video came out. I'd never seen Gavin Hawk before, but one of my, and I'm not good at it, but I've tried to judge people, and I couldn't find any reason that he would have come out. He looked uncomfortable having to make the video.
Sure.
He looked physically kind of shooken by it. And it seemed legit. So anyway, I brought this to Blade Show, which was like a month later. It was right before Blade Show. And I had it in my bag, so I wanted to show it to some people to see what they thought about the zero blade play, but I didn't feel comfortable carrying it anymore. I got over that, and I'll tell you how. But I was walking around Blade Show. Gavin didn't have any knives, but he was still there. And I just walked up to him, and I said, dude, I just want you to know your video was spot on. I hope you know that a lot of people that I talk to are pulling for you, and I think, you'll come out on top here. And he goes, you know how important and how much that means to hear somebody say that.
Sure.
Because I'm the little guy. He was just open. There was nobody there. He didn't have knives, but he goes, you want one of my shirts? I was like, buddy, I'm not in the position where I'll be able to afford one, sell one to somebody, right? Because I don't want you to have one. I love that shirt, dude. And it's somebody when I can afford, because I like some of his other knives too, but it's definitely a knife that I would love to have. The way I got over not carrying this knife, because I rarely used to carry OTS. I love this knife. one of the sliciest knives, and I never thought of an OTF could be slicey. Is I felt the courts would shake it out, and they did.
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably going to be, might I be able to sell it for what I bought it for, because they're not going to be making them anymore.
I don't think there's anything wrong with, I mean, look, it's, yeah, it sucks, but if I had bought one prior to all that, I'd probably still carry it.
And it was just it was the week of Blade Show, and for about a week after, it wasn't that I didn't want to. It didn't feel the same. I liked the night before, even though because it was hard for me to buy a Microtech in the first place because he sued his fucking son. I'm just not a fan. Never been a Microtech fan. But then that just happened right after. It was just like solidified the fact that they bullied Axel out of a bunch of shit. I'm convinced that they were responsible for them not having shelf space in a lot of stores. And they just don't play fair. I mean, I can't imagine suing someone. If somebody took your property, maybe, but your flesh and blood, couldn't you have a conversation?
Right.
And they don't even seem to compete. Their knives don't seem the same. I don't know the history there, but to me, I'm just not a fan.
Yeah. Speaking of knife stores, I don't know if I'm going to have a chance. And by the time I tried to go there tonight, they were closed. But I was trying to go into Northern Knives so I could show them. I brought my thug up to Alaska with me. And Northern Knives is only like 10 minutes from me.
Is that where you are, Alaska?
Yeah, I'm in Anchorage right now.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, by the time I got there, they had just closed. Like I thought when I looked at my watch, it's still on my time back home, and it's an hour earlier here.
Do you have like a lot more daylight or a lot less daylight, or is that any different?
Sun rose at like 9:30, and it got dark around 6. So I've been up here though in like August when the sun goes down around 2 a.m. and is only down for like an hour.
Do you ever get to go hike, or are you mainly just in the city?
No, I'm just
calling on dealers and training.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't got to experience much of Alaska before. I've gone golfing out in like Wasilla and stuff, but never really had a chance to experience.
Do you call 4 when you got a ball going towards the moose, or do you have
but I have a picture of a calf that wandered onto the golf course, and I was out of my gourd on ganja, and for a split second I was like, oh, I gotta go get closer to this moose, and they said, get in, we're moving on because
we're driving because Mama's gonna come down and start
and 30 seconds later she just poked her head out of the tree line to let us know she was there. And
were you amazed at the size when you saw it in person?
So I thought that I had seen moose from afar plenty of time, but the calf was probably 5 yards from me. Like it was pretty close.
That's scary, dude.
That was big. That was big. And then when the maw came out of the tree line, I mean, I don't know how tall it was, but it was like 9 feet tall, it seemed.
Yeah, and probably weight. I'm not good at guessing weights because stomp your guts out and your whole foursome. I mean, without even getting hit, they might get one driver and it wouldn't even do much.
But I know Shane hasn't got a chance to send his Northern Knives order, but I wanted to at least stop by and show them what they had to expect.
That is the most beautiful knife. I think it's just classic.
Yep. And this is one of the ones that was hollow ground.
That's the community special right there.
Right? Yeah. And then it has the scales from Chromatic EDC that Brian F. Mitten State did for me with glow liners and a matching bead.
That's beautiful, dude. And that hollow stick.
I love my thug.
Yeah, it's a great little carry.
I got super glue on it that I haven't gotten off yet, but I don't care.
I love his little maker's mark too. I just
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's so Shane.
Yeah.
He's got a link, but he may be sleeping. He may be making stuff.
You know, I sent him a text earlier saying, "Hey, I'll stop by and show him," and he never texted me back. So I don't know what he's got going on.
He texted me right around noon. He sent me a picture of something that he wanted me to see. So I think he's been working a lot, and I think Shane is working on my fret. I got a sneak peek this week. Be shady. I have got the sheaths for the frets. So
nice.
I thought it's gonna. I'm probably gonna send it to Kyle. We talked about yours, and I think by sending the sheath, because the original reason was I was going to use them because I don't have a fret. Hey Tippy, I thought you were outside. What the fuck? That's weird, right there, guys. To be on to have a swirling head and it been calling a cat since I got home from work. I thought the cat was outside, and it just walked up and brushed against my leg. And it wasn't the fact that it was a cat. It was like, what the fuck? Just brushed against my leg with hair.
It just occurred to me the two knives that I brought with me are both hollow ground by Sawtooth Dave.
What do you think about his knife? Don't you think it's beautiful?
They're absolutely amazing. They're absolutely amazing. And I knew, and I know I will own one. I knew that he was going to be bombarded, and he's also the type of guy that he doesn't like to say no. And part of me was like, I know if I hit him up, he'll still fit me in, but I was like, I'm going to
not put anything extra on him.
No, but I mean, he knows. I don't talk to Dave all the time, but Dave's an old school homie, and we do communicate. And Dave absolutely knows that he'll be making me a knife at some point.
He is super, super humble, and I don't know if he was holding back because I always knew he was. I think he's going to be a major force in the future of knives because he's such a talented dude. There's so many like that, but he always called it practicing because he did a couple of hologrinds early on for me, and I was like, no, I'm not going to let you do them for free. He's like, dude, I'm practicing. I'm practicing.
Well, that's what he did with this one too. And I said, Dave, I'm not going to accept you not taking payment. So before I even send you the knife, please let me know how I can pay you. I had to do something else.
Buy you a cup of coffee.
Yeah, and of course. He's like, no, dude. He's like, for sure, I'll charge you. Here's how much it's going to be. But I want you to like it first. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I got it. I was like, I like it. And he's like, cool, man. I appreciate it. I'm like, so you're not going to take payment, are you? And he's like, no. All right. I know I have to go outside the normal boundaries now. So, yeah, but no, I knew I got a chance, Dave, early on in my channel. He had contacted me and he said, hey, I know you haven't checked out a lot of US knives. Can I send you some to check out? And I'm like, yeah, thinking like he might send me one or two. No, he sent me this giant FedEx box full of like a Pelican case.
Just because he wanted you to experience.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so kind, dude. People don't do that.
He included in a couple of them though, like some of his early mods. Like one of them was it was Brandon Thrasher's Max Ace. God, what's the big huge bruiser? The Sandstorm.
Yeah.
And he had done some mods on that, and then he also had a ZT that he made a tie scale for. And I was like, hey, he didn't tell me that though, and I was like, who's making titanium scales for ZTs? And he's like, oh, I did that. And I'm like, what? I didn't know he was a machinist at that point. But I got to see some of his early, mods, and yeah, I mean, the guy's clearly got talent. Super humble, super nice,
super humble, and as nice as. I mean, he's a good egg. He's as good of an egg as they come. And in my opinion, I was going to show you if I can see it.
he's an awesome dude, man. Yeah, Satu's amazing.
So I wish I'd sent him. I was going to send him a Hinderer, but I sent him this. That is a
Oh yeah,
4MAX Elite. And dude, if you look at the bevel, he matched it.
Yeah.
He nailed it. And that hollow,
he gave Steve Clare had sent him some knives early on to practice on, and he did a regrind. It was a Max Ace Arma, one of the beefiest, chunkiest folders out there. And he did a couple other things to it, and he made that knife just. He redid a bunch of stuff, but I'm glad to see that I don't know if I've heard him say he's not sure if he's going to continue with mods or not. I'd love to see him just focus on cranking out his own stuff.
his stuff. And I think that's a natural progression for people that have the skills to take it to the next level. I don't think a lot of people, me being one of those people, can conceptualize the jump from doing amazing mods to building a knife and having it all work. You know, to me, that's just like Luke Skywalker shit if he was a knife guy and I believed in Luke Skywalker. But he's just that guy. You know, he can do it. And some of his must see, because I don't watch because of time. I sleep weird times during the day. Oh, sorry, Tippy. I didn't know you were just sitting there. I didn't mean to step on you. It's Daddy's swirling head. Good thing I don't weigh much. But yeah, it's just Casuals underrated. Absolutely. I forgot what I was saying, dude. Again, I'm swimming.
Yeah, I am too. I got right before I came here, right across the parking lot from me. They have the ganja guys.
Oh, is that like a not chain, but a local?
Yeah.
Up
here, and up here, they in Alaska, they can only sell Alaskan grown. They can't import anything. It can only be locally grown.
I guess I bet a good bit of that's outdoor too, isn't it? It's probably outdoor grown.
No, it's okay. Predominantly indoor grown.
Okay, I would think Alaska might. Well, I guess though you still got the same tests and stuff.
But I went in there and I said, okay, I'm gonna ask because as many times as I've been up here and bought some that I've never had true. I was like, do you have any ATF, any Alaskan Thunderfuck? And she was like, I don't think so. She was like, no. I'm like, how do you not have any ATF? Isn't that like the standard up here? She was like, I don't think we've ever had that. Yeah, okay.
Well,
but that's like one of the best old school strains of all time.
Absolutely. And I saw an interesting, I don't know, it was that Hamilton, who I think he's pretty legit, but they were talking about some of the strains that we grew up with that were famous strains. Those strains have become kind of extinct. They've been hybrided out, right? So people have bred them to where it's hard to get, or it's called something different, right?
You can't find AK-47. You can't find any true Blue Dream. You can't find any true Trainwreck or Headband, or like strawberry, like one of the old school Strawberry Cough. Like that was my jam. But
was it? You go to Flower first, right?
Yeah. And now everything is like Gorilla Glue #8 or like Cat Piss and G13 is old school for sure. But yeah, I told her just to pick for me. I got some Royal Punch, some Coochie, and some Lemon Starburst, and some Namai. I don't know. I told her yes.
And
But I don't-
you still combust, right?
yeah.
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 I'm gonna I'll need to make myself a note. But have you ever heard of Dynavap?
No.
Okay, you've seen old school dugouts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a Dynavap is when I came back because when I first got into AA, I was totally sober from everything for 5 years. Well, when Alabama went medical, I believe in things that grow out of the ground, right? If God made it, I'm not going to have a problem with it. So I looked at that as just an herb to choose from. But when I went to my buddy's house, smoking was a thing of the past because I'd been out of it for a while. For them,
Sure.
they had gone to vaporizing it. And what's interesting about it is, for one, it yields a lot more. Like it would last me a lot longer. And when I dump out my little Dynavap, which I'm getting ready to show you, it's got brown, almost looks like coffee grounds, right? It's not ash. It looks like coffee grounds. Well, what that is that's carterized.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Put it in Nutella.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Now I know what you're talking about.
And
Yes.
the basic one, the M series, is very, very affordable.
Yeah.
I use it on a water device because I do everything unless I'm traveling. But this is what it is. It's manual. You use a torch or
Okay, yeah.
use
I know. I don't know that brand, but I know what that is. Yeah.
There are a couple that came after it, but it's just a little. The difference in this to me and a dugout is it's got the little cap, and the cap's what is the oven. So what you do with this is you can either use just a torch lighter and you rotate it in your hand and you heat it with the torch till it clicks. When it clicks, it's not combusted, but it's at the right temperature. That's like what the stem looks like because it controls the heat so it doesn't get too hot. And then that's the cap. But what I've got is an induction heater, which is a little box that has a hole in it that's that size, and you can just literally stick it down in there, and the electromagnetic, it clicks and it's ready to vape. So you don't have to use a lighter.
Right.
But it's clean. You get great terps, and I use the grounds as Nutella spread. It's delicious.
Oh, okay.
And like I say, when I'm not traveling, I use it with a little water pipe. So instead of having the whole base there, I've just got this little part, which is the basic one's the one I've got, and the cap on a little glass thing that fits my little bubbler.
Oh, nice.
So I'll get that to snap, and then I'm just using it changed the game for me.
Yeah, I do like the idea of that. So there's something though that will just never. My preferred way will always be to puff on a nice doobie,
and that's the best way to do it socially.
It's still, and I get pre-rolls. I will still roll my own because man, there's nothing better than rolling your own.
So you're rolling probably 2 Gs and. When you roll one, about a G, or
no, I have the papers that I have are for at most a G.
Okay,
and I typically just
put it out.
Yeah, well, I typically just roll half. Unless I'm with someone. To myself though, I'm typically smoking a half.
Johnny, have you ever tried rosin or resin? That was pretty hardcore for me, and it was too messy. It made my fingers sticky, so I got away from it. But before I got away from it, I found the coolest little thing, which was a little glass tulip looking pipe. And that stuff comes in these little, like, weird, I guess it's silicone, so it doesn't stick to them. The shit's like, the glue. It's just, they've got a video where they smash buds at a certain temperature, certain pressure to make this honey looking stuff. But this little glass thing, you just get it hot to where it's red, and then you just kind of hold it over that stuff, and it starts. I mean, it was too heavy for me, and it was sticky. It made my fingers fucking sticky. I hated that. And I'm a flower guy. I like flower.
Yeah,
I
what,
don't think you're a fan, but we had Billy Strings here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, and I did not go once.
Billy Strings. Someone I know. Not real familiar, but I know someone that just went to a show and said they had an amazing time. So.
Yeah, what's amazing to me is 4 years ago, he came to Huntsville and he played a place that's adjacent to our little civic center. This probably holds 1,200, maybe 1,200 people. Small stage, nice place. They sell beer in there. And now this time he came back to our Orion Amphitheater, which I'm not a Fish fan, but Fish has a lighting rig that's the biggest in the business that takes 9 tractor trailers to move it. Well, the first and only time they've been able to use the entire rig was at Orion. It had the space for the whole rig. Usually they can use about 7 of the 9 trucks. And Billy sold it out for 3 nights.
Wow.
And that's 3 years ago. He was playing to 1,200 people. I think my ticket was $15 to see him.
Yeah, it was. He was in Seattle not too long ago, and a couple of people I know went, and yeah, they loved it. So I've gotten to the point now where there's music I don't care for, but if you like it, because there's nothing better than truly enjoying yourself at a live show. So even if I don't like the music, I know the feeling that you're experiencing when you're there, when you're really into a live band. It might not be my jam, but there's nothing better than live music.
I think music is kind of a great communication device. I think throughout history it's been used for all kinds of therapeutic reasons, and I think some people dial into that jam, and it's not for everybody. Music's so subjective. Art is, knives are, paintings are. It's like anything else. Donnie, I am the guy that stood on the edge. I just stood and looked down. I lost a lot of friends there, baby, and I jumped without a fucking parachute. I mean, I was nuts. I mean, like that nothing was too much. I'll say that. I would never. No crack, no heroin. So those are the 2 things I did not dive into. Everything else, multiple times. One thing only once that I would never do again, salvia, 10-time extract. That was
I did it my one time. It's one of the most insane experiences I've ever had. It's just like all the other crazy experiences where I was like gone for, it seemed like years.
And it was like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was literally I made the original get deleted because it was recorded. It was like 11 minutes and 38 seconds, I remember. Is how long it was.
We joked about it, Donnie, because my buddy had gotten it on I was like, there's no way, because I read about it, and it's a derivative of the mint, and what he ordered was an extract. So it was like a 10X, and we did it where I would be a sitter and then he'd be a sitter. So I unfortunately watched him, and literally the weirdest thing about it, and I don't know if you felt this, Stevie, but the gravity, how it pulls you to the left before you go.
Yeah.
You almost feel like a magnet's pulling you from the left before it gets totally weird. And I think I took 2 BTs. Well, anyway, first observation, never a drug to go out on, not a party drug, not a drug I would want to do at a concert, not that kind of go funny places. I was like looking down at my body from an oil painting on his wall. I was in the oil painting. People were kind of taunting me. But I remembered it so vividly. When I came out, I had to do the same thing. I thought it had been hours. He's like, dude, it hadn't been 15 minutes. Well, the first thing I had to do was pee. And I walked down this hall and I had a little weird balance thing going on at first. But I was clear-headed, seemingly after about 20 minutes. But what happened is I went home and researched the fuck out of it for like 3 weeks because I knew I'd never do it again, but I wanted to learn more about it. And dude, it is like I thought nothing could shake me. And when he was like, dude, this stuff I was like, bring it on, bitch.
Yeah.
And it was by far the strongest, weirdest, take me to a place. I don't really care to go again, but it was transformative for sure.
Yeah, that's probably I mean, I've done all the psychedelics. I never progressed past that. I wanted to check off the psychedelics. And I never progressed past that.
Do you think that was from a natural curiosity or from your literature choices and learning, reading about it?
I absolutely, well, what started it is product of my environment. I grew up 10 minutes away from one of the largest psilocybin producing plots of land in the United States. This farm.
How cool is that?
That was private property, and you could go forage for liberty caps, and it was well known. And it was just something that I lived in a nothing town. That's just what
it was kind of like a rite of passage. Y'all just knew about it that way.
13, 14 years old, I was consuming copious amounts of psilocybin, which I do not, I don't think necessarily you should be doing that at that age. But then I enjoyed psychedelics. I enjoyed everything about them. And just wanted to keep trying. And then I did discover people like Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis McKenna and Timothy Leary.
Mm-hmm.
Started learning more about I started paying attention to what was happening when I was under the influence, and it turned into more of a and this is all pre-8. I was still in high school, so I was under 18. I was learning so much about myself that's why I kept doing it for as long as I
believe it turns you into a more compassionate human.
Yes, I agree.
Well, for me,
I
instantly quit dove hunting. I quit hunting all animals. I used to dove hunt and bird hunt with my dad. Instantly, boom, I'm not shooting any more shit because I don't eat it, and that just was an instant thing. But I learned so much from it.
Well, I did too. And then years later, reading even more about stuff, like, oh, and because it sticks with you, man. It really does. And for better, for worse, I believe I am who I am today because of my uses of psychedelics.
I think
it's for the better. And
I think modern medicine is proving that a lot of the propaganda that was out there, that because I still will occasionally where I used to be the hero guy. I'd go to dead shows and too much. I would just be out of it. I'd want to be. But now, just little micro doses are just wonderful, and I think they're healing. I think they help in a lot of different ways.
I absolutely.
I'm a little suspicious about mescaline, but I could have eaten too much. But it was a little dot. It was a little BB.
I didn't have a good experience on mine. I just got really, really sick.
Yeah, really sick, and it was not much giggles going on. More like
it wasn't. I would say out of them all, I peyote the couple of times, a couple of buttons that I got. That was fabulous. That was absolutely fabulous.
They say the natural is the peyote is long lasting too, right? Like 18 hours.
Oh, it seemed like it went on for an eternity. But to me, there was nothing better than getting some good dried kibenzis. And yeah, you want to talk about hero doses. We had such, it was in such plentiful supply. We would, I'm sure I'm not incriminating myself. We could buy a certain amount and sell it for stupid and just keep all the profit, or instead of selling it all, we'd keep it all, and we'd be like, all right, last week we did 5 grams. Well, we got to double that. And then it got up to where, and it was just physically hard to consume. I once did, it was I think about 18 grams over the course that I consumed over 12 hours. And that is, I could even tell you the date of it. It was June
Well,
18th,
they're
June
life
18th,
defining.
1998. I know it's a very specific date for me.
You
And
know, at the end of the day, all we have is our memories. And if you have something that's that embedded, it made a difference in your
it was,
development.
but it lasted for a ridiculous amount of time. And I was like, oh, I broke myself. I'm permanently like, this isn't going away. And I'm now who we had a guy who's still around. He's still
Sid Barrett of your generation.
We called him Dave from the grave for several reasons. Dude OD'd like 3 different times. He got ran over by a train. He was a hobo. And he was also a super acid guy and was permanently fried, the perma-fried, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, I Dave from the grave to myself. And I thought I was going to be a permanent, you know, just perma-stone for the rest of my life. And it came down, and then I didn't do it again for 20 years, man.
Yeah, well, because those
It took me 20 years to do it again.
They're deep experiences. And Geek Machinist, the reason I left that up there is I also have tried that. It's kratom concentrate. I used to didn't know what it was. I was getting it in the little OPMS bottles because I'm a big proponent in kratom, the powder. Yeah. I'm afraid that is don't do it if you can help it because it's addictive as fuck. Where kratom is also allegedly, but I've come off kratom. It was nothing. No, I mean, I didn't even get sick. The powder, I'm afraid it's going to make it illegal. I'm afraid it's going to do bad things because it is a very strong, I mean, you find something good, somebody's going to fuck it up. Alabama's already outlawed it. I have to drive to Tennessee to get kratom. It's 15 minutes, so it's no big deal, but it just sucks. And again, one of the most dangerous through my life, I guess, drugs that I experimented with, besides my major addiction with opiates, was spice. When it started showing up at gas stations, I was trying to pass a P test at the time. I got deep. There's something weird to that, and every brand's different. They put no telling what in it, and it was bad news.
No, I never messed around with any of that. But
yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah, man, it was. Yeah, like I said though, I did so much that I never thought I would do it again, and then it was just shy of 20 years. I did it it was like 4 or 5 days before my daughter was born. Someone had come up here, had gotten a bunch of mushrooms. They were flying home, and they're like, "Hey, we didn't do all this. Not going to fly home with it. I'm either going to throw it away or you guys can have these." And I was like, you can't throw away mushrooms. I'll keep them for a rainy day.
Yeah, they're going to go bad.
And that's what I did. And I'm now a stressed out, almost 30-year-old, not in the right mental spot, mental headspace, right before my daughter was going to be born. And I had some yard work to do. And I'm like, no, let me just munch on a little stem. And knowing me, as soon as I got a stem, I was like, well, they're these tiny 3 little caps. I'll do those too. Then I was like, all right, screw it. So I ate the entire bag. And yeah, I was not prepared for where it sent me. Yeah.
I learned early on that so much of it, because I was a big fan, probably more than mushrooms, even though in college I probably caught up because I had the mother load. But I loved good liquid, and I was getting it from the source. I was getting it from Tour. I loved LSD, loved it. But
I did, but we never got super good stuff. So it was always, you just felt so horrible afterwards.
Dirty. I've
Yeah.
had a couple of times
It
dirty.
was great experience, but the next day, I don't know if it had too much strychnine in it or what, but that's what I loved about mushrooms, especially when I was the one picking them and drying.
They're smarter than us, probably. They probably control the shit. I mean, who knows? I mean, there's something. Mushrooms are a totally different thing. Even the regular ones are totally different. So I respect them.
Yeah.
And my higher power, the raccoon that hadn't been by in a few days, if he gave him here, he knows what he was doing. And you look throughout history how that stuff has been used ceremoniously, all kinds of ways. I mean, I think we've always experimented pushing boundaries. Whether it's an adrenaline rush when you're a kid spinning in a swing, or for me, it was. Did you ever read? I was an English major, but before I liked to read, and Samuel Coleridge was because I liked Jim Morrison when I was in high school because I was a pothead, but I started reading Coleridge and some others that were, their muse was Mariana Wine and other things, and learned kind of the fascination of opium from their writings. But dude, addiction's not for anybody. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. And it creeps up on you, and it lasted for me for 13 years, a good 13 years. And you're living for that shit. Crazy.
Dude, Donnie, we did not know that we had been given opium hash before we had it. And we thought we had just got some really good hash. No, it turns out it was opium hash. And
Did it look like purple bubble gum?
Yeah,
that's actually opium. I don't think there's any hash mixed with it. I used to get that on.
We were told it was maybe I don't know. We were told it was opium hash, but it was one of those like, oh, you got the wrong. You weren't supposed to get that bag. We didn't know any different.
Well, it won't. And the good thing about that is you're not going to have issues unless you're just doing a shitload of that.
Oh my goodness! All I can say is I understand how people could get addicted to that. It was the most
warm blanket.
Euphoric. It was. I will tell you, it was amazing. And I was like, once I found out what it was, I was like, yeah, I can't do that because I know I'm going to stay there.
I would think you see some people, and it was real big on tour. That's because I'd always look for at least 2 G's at it, because what we do is we take a little ball and roll it into a coil, and we'd lay it in our dubs. So all your dubs, you had a little of that in it, and it just gave you that warm blanket feeling. But there were people that also would just sit there and, like, opium dens created a lot of addicts back in the 1800s and stuff like that, because it is you need more and more to get that warm blanket feeling.
Man. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I understand how so what I will say, lucky to me, lucky, unlucky, I guess. I was raised around drug addicts, and I knew, luckily I've had it. I've had it in me. I'm addicted to plenty of things, don't get me wrong. But when it came to stuff like that, I'm like, okay, I know I have to not do this anymore. And I for whatever higher power to your raccoon, whatever, I was able to maintain that throughout my entire life. When it comes to substance. Now, look, when it comes to food and whatnot, I can't apply the same shit, but again, I understand it, and I get it with some of those things, the feeling that you can get from that. Whew.
And if you listen to like recovered addicts, what's that guy's name? Brandon. He was a skateboarder, real popular, goes and does speeches. But if you ever hear him talk about the first time they used it, it was the most best thing ever. And they chased that feeling for the rest of the time. You're chasing that feeling, and it takes more and more to get it, and you're not going to have a virgin experience because your body's now experienced it. So it takes more and more to even get there. And I watched it happen with pain pills. No, it's actually methadone. I left that up for a reason because I can see irresponsibly marketed stuff is spice included. That it's horrible because people can buy it. And then if I actually at the gas station that I used to live by bought some stuff called Ivory Soft. It was a 0.5 gram of bath salt. And I didn't ever do a line of it. I respected it. I would do 1 key bump. It's methadone, which is a synthetic like meth, I guess. This little 0.5 gram lasted me 14 days. Just doing tiny bits and being fine. I would never do it after 6 p.m. But I can't imagine on that same note, somebody cranking a line of that shit. How horrible that would be. Or the same with spice. Like I used to talk to the guy that ran that gas station. I said, I used a 1-hitter and like 2 1-hits. I was blessed. I'm thinking 16-year-olds can come in here, roll a cigarette. They're not fit to do shit. I can tell you. I mean, that's just dangerous. Yeah, Neil, once in high school, I think I had the PCP joint.
But Neil's over 17 years, man. That's awesome, brother. I hope stuff like this sometimes I forget. I hope this isn't like triggering for
or glorifying. You know? I never want.
Don't get that I'm glorifying it.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I just say when I talk about it, I think the same thing. I'm an addict who suffered a lot from being an addict by my own choices. I'm still a believer that my choices led to me being an addict, not that I was an addict. It was bound to happen. I disagree with people on that, but that's my thought. I made bad decisions and they cost me. But the older I get and the less of a fuck I give, I've selectively brought things into my life because let's be honest, not for everybody. Maddie took an Excedrin tonight, and I respect people like Maddie more than anything. But for a lot of people, especially if you have psychological issues, sobriety can be a little taxing. Total sobriety, and not that. Just at the end of the day, a little escape is nice, and that's what I say. And I'd never, because it was so horrible, go back to things that I learned life lessons from. Unfortunately, it took too long for me to acknowledge and yield to. Because it's bad when you've got a job and you can afford it. And had I been a rock star, which was my initial dream, I would have been dead at early on. Todd Carr, what is up, brother?
Dude, Daniel asking about a $10 Walmart knife.
I had the guy that I work with at Knives and More, if I was going to review that knife, I said, absolutely not. But I'm going to give a shout out on a knife from Walmart. And it's called the Swiss Tech, which I learned has a website, but they're also located in Bentonville, Arkansas, which tells me that they're a shadow company of Walmart because that's where Walmart is.
Right.
They make a little small fixed blade called the Light.
I know someone that has that.
I had it. I gave it away.
Yeah.
It was a great knife. Super thin. Didn't look like somebody else's knife. They'd also do bushcraft knives. And the reason I bought it is I used to go before I started ordering from Amazon. I'd go to Walmart only to get my dad his nutritional shakes that he kind of lives off of now that he's older. I'd buy the cases of them there, and I happened to be walking by and I saw it, and it was like $28, and I bought it. And it was a great knife.
We buy cases of those from Walmart. That's the one thing I buy at Walmart for Zoe, the 350 calorie high.
The plus.
The
plus.
Yeah. The plus, yep. That's.
And this cheap bastard finally said, Walmart has beat me down so much that I'm going to pay for boost and have Amazon bring that shit to my house and take it to my dad. Oh, Paul's question. I didn't see it. Sorry, dude. You're a master moderator. You need to be on stage reading this shit for me. Where's Paul's question?
We're having a conversation here.
Where's Paul's question?
Why is Paul so needy that we have to stop everything to answer his question?
Like I said earlier, I do try to do it for the chat. And I'm going to start breaking it. If people say stupid shit, I'm going to come back. But where's Paul's? Javon, are the mushroom gummies worth buying or are they bogus? I can speak. I'm going to go to Amazon right now and show you some that are 100%. I quit buying them only because
I'm a criminal.
Well, they got to be expensive. They're legal. I get them off Amazon, dude.
Donnie, because I'm a criminal. God.
And these are the ones I would get. And the chocolates, they have dark chocolates and they have gummies. The dark chocolates, to me, even though the milligrams are the same, have been the strongest. And they say 1 is therapeutic, 2 is, for me, 2 was plenty. I'm telling you, they're I can't believe they sell these things. Hold on. Mushroom. The easiest way to find them is just to Google on Amazon or Amazon Magic.
I didn't know they sold these things on.
Fuck yeah. I should have just gone to my cart. The brand I swear by, you can see I purchased those 2 times, and the gummies aren't as good because they also sell them in my local shop. But that's a 10-pack. That seems expensive for $34. They're on sale. I might have to grab those. But 2 of them.
Good to know.
Cash money, 3. And they're not allegedly, they use Rishi.
Are you able to use an affiliate link for those?
I should drop it in the.
You should drop your affiliate link for those, bro. I'll use your affiliate link for those.
Well, I should do the dark chocolate ones. They're actually, I think, more potent. And there were some others that were, Paul, there's a guy, if you go to YouTube and go, there's a guy who ranks all of these legal mushroom gummies and stuff. But to me, I don't think anything is as natural as the original, right? The hardest thing to kick, luckily, I was on them for 3 years because I had major panic disorder, but I never abused them. Stevie Nicks says they were harder to kick than heroin or coke.
Oh,
Stevie, no, and that's exactly they're so easy now. So if we go to Amazon, check this out. This is what I want to do, because then there's another site you can go to and you can actually buy the what do they call it? They call it the genetics, which is a little syringe mushroom grow kit. It's going to auto populate. Grow kit. Boom.
Yeah, I've seen
so
they had them on Amazon.
Oh yeah, and these are the bags that you inject. So they don't sell the actual injectables, but on Instagram I get this ad all the time. I think where's the injectable? Because they've even got you do it in the bag, or you can go fancy and you can buy one of these.
Damn,
and then buy the stuff to put in it. And then I guess it's legal to buy these, and you can choose the type of mushroom that you want to raise. It takes about 14 days, but it's a syringe, and the bags come with these little places where you shoot that shit into the cow crap and the other corn product that they have as substrate, and you just set it on your coffee table and wait. But on that same note, if you live close to anywhere that has grain-fed cattle, I think you can't replicate in a small environment what nature does in the wild, especially if you get them when they're buttoned. But they're awesome. So Stevie, what time do you have to get up to? What time is it in Alaska? Is it like 8?
It's
7?
8:19. Donnie, I want to devise a super virus to bring. What does he say? To bring dire straits to your environment. That's Deltron, right, Donnie? Yeah, it's 8:19 here. I actually have to be up at 6 a.m. or I have a meeting at 6 a.m., which is like 7 a.m. for me, so it's not too bad.
In person, or do you do it virtual?
No, this one is a Teams meeting. But then I have I'm up here meeting with I went and met with like 6 different people today, running around, meeting with contractors.
So your team meeting, they don't take it. They don't take consideration for your time zone that you happen to be. It's like 9 o'clock where they are.
Corporate is in New Jersey, and I'm on their time. So,
well, I'm on Central, which is one, and I got hosed by Eastern time, so I'd have my meetings at 7 instead of like regular people, and I hated that. So I can only imagine when it's that much earlier. To computer system reverts. What's funny is I agree with so much that information technology, the way that it's used or the way that it's fed to us, if you know how to bat some of that shit away, it can be really good for learning shit that you don't know how to do. I changed the goddamn carburetor on a lawnmower and I can't barely change a light bulb. So I'm a believer in using it for good, not evil, but it'll eventually take us over when it becomes and realizes it doesn't need us. Later, Jesse. Have a good night, brother.
Deuces, Jesse. Yeah, I do like coming up here though. Alaska is it's nice to it just there's something about knowing I am away from the lower 48 for a little bit that's just I like.
And for people like me who were bad at geography and looked at the map, Alaska's a lot further away from Washington in reality.
Oh yeah. You are.
You can see Russia from your house.
Well, I mean, I'll show you right here on my map. So that's my family back home down there, and that's where I'm at.
Holy smokes. And that's like a continent away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like that's as far as driving halfway across the United States, I would think, in distance, just by looking at it.
It's pretty close. I can tell you exactly.
Are you going to be in town where you might still be able to go buy Northern Knives, or
I'm hoping I have some downtime tomorrow. Oh, I know, Cliff. I know. I'm just in Anchorage, but
is Alaska big? It's bigger than Texas, isn't it? It's fucking huge. Isn't it a huge state?
I don't know about that, but it's fucking huge. And there's nothing I've taken I don't video my flights anymore, but until you fly over Alaska and all you see you're in the middle of just snow-capped mountains everywhere. That's all you see. It's just snow-capped mountains everywhere. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's yeah.
Well, I used the evil technology, and I learned in just a short amount of time that it is 665,000 square miles. And if you put it on the United States, can you see that little map?
Yeah.
That's how much area it covers.
Yeah, and I've only been to a small little speck.
Yeah, you've been to a Detroit size, or probably bigger than Detroit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how far away it is. All through Canada. You got to go all through Canada. But
yeah,
it's by far the largest state, more than twice the size of the second largest, Texas. So it's twice as big as Texas. And most of it's not settled, right? I mean, you've got off the grid, all you want out there, but you'll get eaten by a grizzly.
Correct. But Yeah, there's just something about being up here that is. This shit,
Breaking news! Breaking news!
Barton, back to you, Betty. Yeah, just being this far away from the, it feels it feels weird. I guess if you're from here, you don't realize it, but coming up here as a mainlander,
You notice a difference in probably the culture. The people are more laid back.
It's way different. It's way different up here. Yeah.
Could you see yourself there ever?
No.
No.
I don't see myself realistically anywhere. I love where I live so much. I love where I live so much. I don't see myself. I see myself going more interior into the mountains, which is kind of like my 10-year plan.
Yeah.
But no, I will always be Pacific Northwest.
Well, from your videos, and you're great at documenting, and it's beautiful. Well, it's one of the most beautiful parts of the country that I've never been to, the extreme Pacific Northwest. I went to 2 shows in Eugene, Oregon, and I remember very little.
Yeah.
I didn't see much except the venue. That's the whole bad thing about touring is.
That's not where B Shady's at.
Eugene?
Yeah, Eugene's amazing.
That's Alvarez County, right?
That I don't know the county.
I think Alvarez County hash oil. The big grow area from way back before this stuff was legal.
Lovely.
Washington's a beautiful state. You got killer whales, you got mountains, you've got hiking trails, and the weather, it seems like, is pretty normal. You don't have like cold.
The weather can suck. The weather, and it's not so much the weather, it's the gray that gets old after a while.
Lack of sunshine.
Yeah. But it's still I love it. Yeah, Rob and Jesse's one of us too.
Yeah, you got they're very talented makers up there. A lot of stuff happens up there, and cool people from up there. Pacific Northwest in general.
Oh, there's plenty of cunts too. There's plenty of cunts up here or in Washington, but that's why I stick to the mountains. Less
there are weirdos everywhere, and there are always going to be people that, it's just. And again, the older I get, I just kind of silently shed those people off. It's not that I'm an isolationist. I read an article about a dude who lived on an island for 33 years. It wasn't a nice island. He just could get off work. He didn't have to work. He had cash and had an island because he was tired of fucking people. And he just hung out in a little thing and read and walked around and thought. I think that would drive me crazy, but.
Oh, Maddie.
Count increases.
Which is huge, by the way.
I'm telling you, you guys are too goddamn funny.
I do up the count wherever I go, Maddie. Guilty as charged. But well, and then speaking of other big states, I'll be in Montana next week. That's gonna
Big Sky Country.
Yeah, I like Montana as well.
It's beautiful. I've been through Montana. I've never spent any time there. Colorado was my state.
I've only got to experience a little bit of Colorado because it's part of my territory now. I just haven't made it back yet. But I flew into Denver, and then we drove to Montrose, and I'm trying to remember. But we did we ended up driving up to Denver around and then back down through Telluride and then back into Denver.
That's
like a circle. And I could say if I were to leave the Pacific Northwest, based on the time of year I was there, that part of Colorado was absolutely stunning.
I was kind of lured out there for a weird reason. I'd been skiing once when I was in high school out in Colorado, and I played music in college with a buddy of mine who passed away a few months ago. But he moved out to Vail to ski after we graduated because he liked to ski. Well, he had a place called the Hong Kong Cafe that we could play in. So I packed up my shit and moved to Vail. We lived on red sandstone, like 6 girls, 5 guys, a great little tribune of wine drinking, pot smoking skiers. So I ended up skiing like 60 days that year in Vail. But after the ski season, people started going home. I wasn't ready to leave Colorado. So I moved to Boulder, not because it was a college town, but because I'd heard about it. You know, the Boulder Theater, the Fox Theater, it was a music place. My buddy'd moved back to his hometown, but I lived there for 4 years. I loved it. I wish I'd never left Boulder. And you hear about crazy shit out there now. There was always crazy shit out there.
Yeah. See,
Breckenridge is beautiful. Telluride is probably one of my favorites. The Telluride music festivals, unlike anything else. Low key in the mountains, great bands, great sit-ins.
Where were we? Oh, this was Sapirino was gorgeous. And then we were in Montrose and Eldridge. And where else?
I guess you kind of have to go where your people are that you're supporting.
Yeah.
I wonder if you have anybody in Estes Park.
I got the entire state.
I mean, like if you have, so you're growing dealers too. You're trying to get people to.
Oh yeah.
Who is your retail? Who do you go after? Independent contractors, or do you go after plumbing supply companies, or how does that work?
Both.
Okay.
I work for a manufacturer, so my job is really to go to the contractor to get them to purchase from a distributor. So
gotcha.
There's a million products out there, and you're always fighting for shelf space. So a distributor is essentially an order taker. So
exactly.
They're going to stock what the people want, right? So we go out, we create the demand, and hopefully they place stocking orders. So I have 2 different, what I consider my customers, the actual contractor themselves, and then plumbing distributors.
Right. The plumbing distributors being second, because you want the contractor to be requesting the product. And once you get them, that's how any good construction product works. When you get them sold on it, you'll have people calling you trying to get it in because they're requesting it. Where you might have stopped by that store and never gotten any. Ouchie, what is up, brother? I'm missing so many of y'all. I never look at chat, not because I'm an asshole. Well, I kind of am an asshole, but I can't focus on it. I need a bigger screen. I think that would just make me more confused. I'd be playing solitaire up in one corner, watching Dabbleverse videos in the other. You guys do any big box stores with supplies?
Not the company I'm currently working for, but my parent company is definitely sold in one of the big box stores nationally, but I don't have, that's considered retail and I'm wholesale, and I say wholesale or no sale. So I might have a product that's sold in retail, but I don't have anything to do with it.
Right. Cause you want to, and that's a good way to look at it.
That's a whole other team. It just, but
yeah. And it's at that point, it's not somebody else is having to sell the value as opposed to the contractor realizing the value and asking for the product. It's just more of a commodity, even though it's not.
Big time. No, I'm working for my parent company that I worked for years acquired a smaller company, and now I'm regionally managing for that company now. So,
and you just have a slightly different go-to-market plan. I've always thought direct is the way to go. And that's like, when I buy a TRM, I love River's Edge Cutlery. I love DLT. They carry TRM, and I think that's great. But I want all the money to go to TRM. I want them to get the direct sale. Some companies I don't feel that way about, but I think they'd all tell you, yeah, we have to go this route to get in more stores, to get more market share. Which It's just part of the game, I guess.
Yeah. Daniel, I showed it earlier. I brought up my edgy American Blades thug in pocket all day.
I've not gotten him to send me one to review. I cannot get him to do it.
And then had my Harsey folder on me. But you know,
your Harsey, is it hologram?
Oh yeah, that's a Sawtooth hologram.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. But you know, people like to say, "Man, I could never make a living in sales." Sales manager is literally, you know, just so you guys, you know, I don't want to dox myself too much, but you know, I literally have regional sales manager in my job title. And I can tell you, not all sales positions are created equally. I love being in sales and with what I do. It's fun. It's amazing. You're not a used car salesman by any means.
No. It's the people business. You're communicating. You're solving problems.
You're literally, I work for a company that I think is absolutely awesome. I love what we do, and I love going out and showing. I've been in the plumbing industry for, you know, over 20 years now, so I'm passionate about that.
You know the ins and outs of where it's been.
Yeah. And all we're doing is really educating people for them to make the decision. Like I don't really, it's more indirect sales what I'm doing.
You're planting the seed and watering it by selling the reason why it makes more sense.
Yeah.
To me, it's a people business. That's why I loved it. I always thought of it as even the car business, because that was my first job outside of music, was at a Honda Subaru dealership. I never tried to put somebody into a car because I didn't know how gross margins worked and stuff like that. I just listened to people and helped match them with what they were looking for.
Get to the point of carrying a fixed blade. Yeah, you know what, Daniel, as much as I love my folders, a fixed blade, and I never would have thought in a million years that I would become a fixed blade guy. And a fixed blade is my most used knife. I do rotate them, but yeah, a fixed blade ends up being my most used and most practical
cutter during the day.
Yeah,
I still love. I carry my primary folder every day, but I always reach for. And I have to show this to Maddie. Today I carried. Wait for it.
Oh,
my little Calhoun sharpened Magna Cut.
Look at that little guy.
Yeah, in a little Oak City leather sheath in my back pocket, and it cut everything I needed. I went small today. I carried and Stevie made this clip available for me that grabs like a motherfucker. But I carry that little guy too.
Oh, nice.
And I've quit carrying a slip joint most days. I used to carry one in each pocket. My flashlight's kind of taking the place of the slip joint because, again, as easy as it is to pull my fixed blade over my manual, to take a slip joint out of the slip and to open it, it's just not going to happen much.
Dude, Donnie, you know what? I could full on. I could carry.
It's a half track, Donnie. Sorry.
The half track is the half track.
It's not the full track. That's the Hendra half track. It's small.
I love that knife. But Donnie, your knife that you just made me, the chef knife, I could carry that as an EDC. I love that knife so much, dude. Donnie, I got a paring knife. Donnie made me I don't know if it's a paring knife. He made me a little kitchen knife. It's so phenomenal. It's so phenomenal.
Of all, I know a lot of, I consider them knife makers, knife guys. The most, and Satu is probably, I love Satu's work, but I think I've not seen anyone do the caliber of tolerances that Donnie does. I think there's something magical that goes on there. Not that he's the best I've seen. because he doesn't use special tools and shit.
Right.
That's just like looking at it, making it happen.
I don't know.
There's that little guy. I mean, yeah.
No. I got my Ripley number 2 is I say it's one of the knives I have most pride of ownership in.
I love the one he did for Sweetheart. And I'm looking for it right now, but it's further down here. This guy is smaller than the Ripley.
The Newt. You talking about Iggy's Newt?
Yeah, Iggy's.
Yeah.
But I mean, just the fact that this stuff is cut out by hand. I watched a video early on when Donnie was making Scotch's knife, and Scotch wanted a lock bar insert. Donnie never did one, and he figured out not only how to do it, but he fucking filed that thing by hand.
Yeah. Was it Scotch that got one of Satu's knives?
Yes. Yep.
I think I saw something pop up.
I think it was stuck in a pumpkin today, right?
Something, yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, they're homeboys. I mean,
oh yeah,
Scotch and I miss old Scotch.
I
mean, he's gotten big into the guitar shit too. And I don't think he can play to save his ass. His daughter does. I think he's learning, which is cool. But he's taking the same vigor. That's a custom. He found a USA maker that makes custom amps, and he buys some. It's going to be worse than watches for him. But yeah, and he's got some of the coolest knives.
Yeah, he's got some crazy shit.
He does. I mean, stuff that's not necessarily my baby, but I think it's cool. I can respect designs that I wouldn't normally be attracted to myself.
I will say I get to live. I have I don't know if you follow Steve Clare.
Yes.
But
yes.
Steve Clare is, 15 minutes down the road, and someone, I hang out with all the time. His collection, I get to live vicarious. And Steven Scotch have not the same, but they have that high end.
Look at that Kinnison. God, is that a Kinnison?
That's all Zerk, dude.
Yeah, but is that a Kinnison?
It's heavy. Yeah, but it's so good, dude. It's so good.
Gavin.
Yeah, that's one of his.
That is the zero blade play.
That's one of
supposed to be done.
His deadlocks that he got. That was one of the 9.
Look at that hologram on that sick looking thing.
Yeah.
And you've handled most of these, right, Stevie? You got access to.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then his. So I did a collection dive with Steve 2 years ago, and it's one of my most consistently watched videos. And I'm about to do another one because he's almost completely churned his collection in the last 2 years.
That's super cool. And seeing this, like watching Ryan go through Blade Show, all the bangers he bought, and his favorite takeaway was the Aurelia. And I'm so proud of fucking Sharif and think this knife is going to go down in history as just
Sharif nailed it with the Aurelia. Absolutely nailed it.
I mean, look at the company it keeps in Steve's collection.
Oh yeah.
That's to me one of the sexiest ground knives out there.
It's really good. If you go back up, scroll back up, the one with the stag on the right there, that one.
Is that an Alamic?
No, that's his Alamic, but the one.
Okay, I went the wrong one. Stag, this one right here.
Yes, that Richardson. That is my favorite knife in Steve's collection. It is.
Really?
It is. I'm not a stag fan. There's something about this knife, though. I think it's the model 27.
Yeah, 27.
That's also all hand made. There's something about that knife that it's fantastic.
About
It's
how big is it?
absolutely.
About 3 inches, 3.5 inches? What
Oh no, it's. I mean,
blade? I'm talking about blade.
It's Harsey folder size. You know, it's
Okay.
closer to a 4-inch blade.
Big ass knife.
Yeah, it's a
Did you
big.
find yourself using the blade hole?
Yeah,
Not the
Donnie.
crooked.
There's something about it, man. That is just once you handle this thing, there's something about it, dude. That it's just it's wicked.
I'm not even familiar. See, this is another maker. That's the same model, just a different
Yeah, just
with
different
carbon fiber instead
scale.
of stag.
Yeah, and he
Model
doesn't really
27
make.
with copper camo.
He's not making much anymore these days. Steve's got it. That's Steve owns that knife too. That specific knife. He
So
got
I mean,
that.
because this is a
He
maker
got
I've
that.
never heard of. Are you saying he's not that active anymore?
Not anymore. No, like I don't think those posts are very
Let's see how
recent.
old this post is. 73 weeks ago. Okay, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
No offense, and I'm not going to follow him because it'll just get my heart up. The one I'm waiting to come back for is Servant Knives. And somebody that used to be in the chat told me his personal name because he's got a personal Instagram. And when you go to it, it says he's going to start building knives again. He's a fixed blade maker. That's beautiful. Stevie, do you know if he aged out or if it just got to be something that
I don't think it was his full-time job.
I got you.
And yeah, I
mean,
don't
the
know
level of detail.
I don't know what his story is. But yeah, Steve Clare's got an awesome collection. I know he's on Sawtooth's books.
Man, he's an awesome guy. He's a good egg.
Steve got, I think, is that a Vapor that he got from you, Donnie? I think he's got like Vapor 2 or 3.
This is a joke I made fun of earlier. Joseph's stupidest decision yet.
So that's why we're here. So first of all,
hold
thank
your
you guys
thoughts,
very
Stevie.
much for joining in.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but look at this fucked up knife.
I have Instagram here, Facebook there. So
the goddamn knife.
why are we here? What is the Vera Aura? So
I'm going to save you the trouble. It's a crossbar lock, budget Vero that I have no idea why he made it.
Huh.
But go, I didn't mean to interrupt you, dude. You probably lost your train of thought.
His knives already sell out. What is he worried about getting his? That seems like a weird decision. Ugh, really?
People love it. It's a Kickstarter, which I don't agree with. But it's why would Joseph Vera, even though his decants haven't been awesome, make a bar lock? And maybe it's a budget knife, but I don't know the whole story. I just looked at it and I was like, yuck. Freaking yuck.
Okay.
That's it right there.
I will say, oh yeah, that's not my jam. I will say
it's going to be budget, sub $100. So I can get behind that. Maybe I'm being too harsh.
Yeah. I liked Vero early on. I had almost all the models. I eventually sold them, except for, and I will always say, the Axon liner lock. I think is almost close to being a perfect knife. Not the frame lock. The frame lock's good, but the Axon liner lock to me is one of my favorite knives of all time.
OEM by Best Tech. It's my card. I love it too. I loved it so much that I bought Axon Fixie. Those are my only two Veros. And the Axon Fixie is about half the thickness of the Axon. The blade stock's the same thickness, but the handles are thinner. It's a big knife to carry EDC, the fixed blade. Gareth, what's up, brother?
Yeah, to me, the Axon is the only model I like these days, and I had a lot of them.
But there are a few, like there's a great designer who I'm friends with. I think I like him, but I've never bought one of his knives, and they don't speak to me. And it's Israel. I love him as a guy. I love what he does, but his designs don't speak my language. That doesn't mean they're not great designs.
There's some, and I got 3 or 4, because I like Israel. but they don't. I don't know. They're cool
To me,
knives.
they seem
But
like
after a
fantasy
while,
knives.
yeah, that's what he's going for. You know,
Right, right. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just everybody. And I've been like with fixed blades or slip joints. I can hate something today, and I could collect all his shit in 4 months. I know. I'm an idiot that way.
But he keeps coming out with like version 2 of knives that I'm like, oh, that's not even an improvement. What are you doing?
No, but the greatest story of bad improvements, I don't think I went into this and shared this, Stevie, but when you go to Microtech's page, and this is done, I'm sure, by their marketing department, I would have spun this a little differently. Ultratech Gen 3 versus Gen 4. And you go into it, and it goes, what's the difference? First thing, key features of the Ultratech Gen 3. And they just blow smoke up the ass for its advanced zero blade play system, a breakthrough that nearly eliminates all blah, blah, blah. It talks about it, how awesome it is, right? That's the key features of the Gen 3. Number 1, bullet point, zero blade play. What's new in the Ultratech Gen 4? First bullet point. No zero blade play in bold. Slight blade movement is possible, but the action remains smooth and reliable. And they say that they discontinued it here to help to make the knife start at $299 base instead of $380.
I mean,
I think there's only one reason.
It seems like it.
It's in bold. Why would you? And as a marketing department, I would have not talked about how great zero blade play was. The paragraph before I said, guess what? We're not going to do the coolest thing we just sold you in the long paragraph before. So you get no zero blade play. You get a lower price, broader color palette, and the same iconic design, and an IV marked on the blade, which you can see in my review 2 days from now. But what that tells me is rush out and buy a fucking Gen 3.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I just stepping on rake may be a little harsh, but it just seems like they have great opportunities to deal with, because the guy that does their videos is very articulate. He seems very compassionate. I like his tone. I think if he would just address some of the stuff, it would just be huge for them. What's up, Master Joda? Good to see you, my brother.
Someone commented on the fact, Joe, of all the leather that I had carried on me today. They we're talking about doing a pocket check.
I love your journal.
I pulled out my journal, pulled out my wallet, my business card holder, and then I had my sheath on me. And they're like, "Why do you have so much leather?" I'm like, I wasn't a leather guy until became really good friends with a leather maker.
I'm surprised you being in Alaska said, yeah, I'm in Alaska and you're asking me why I have so much leather. You fucking trapping, tanning bunch of fucking inbreds. Show me that business card holder. I've never seen one of those before. How's it work? Does it just fold?
Yeah, it's just a
little. You just put them in there. Yeah.
I mean, Steve Clare uses this as like his normal wallet, but
yeah, you can put your credit cards in there.
Business cards today, but you can I don't know. It holds about 10, and then you can have one, tucked and ready to go as well.
That's true, Donnie. And I get confused by the generations, but what it also tells me is, if in any kind of production or design, you're always wanting to improve upon your product. So I don't think it takes away from people that bought the Gen 1. I like old, like I've got one of Luck Knives' first knives he ever made that I bought from Lefty. He gets petrified every time I do a post with it. I'm like, dude, same with Shane. I've got some of his first knives. I love seeing how far people progress. So you don't have to call it a Gen 2, but even you, because you're a perfectionist, dude, you're going to get your knives in when you get and you might already have that, a good system laid out, you're going to find things you want to make better about them. You're gonna think outside the box.
I have one of
8 months. I agree with that. I can't eat pineapple well, I don't agree with that. I do the swinging thing, even though I have nobody. I'd come out good on a swinging party because I don't have anything but a cat to offer. However, I can't eat it on a pizza, but you get a man hug. Always do that because it's loud. That blows people's ears out. I apologize. I'm feeling a little devious. My brain's not swimming like it was earlier.
True that, Joe. And to that point, I have one of Scott Still's Edgy Blade Works first. One of his very early knives, like one of his first 10 that he made years ago. And it was the first true custom knife I ever had. I also didn't realize I was designing my own knife. I thought I was helping him design a knife, and then long story short, it's one of my favorite knives, and it's near and dear. Where Scott is now almost 4 years later, every time I've seen him, I've had it with me, and he's like, "Oh, dude, if I could go back and
can I buy that from you?" Or
well, he's like, if I could go back and just tell the guy that made this knife, just do this. He's like, basically what he's saying is what I've learned in the last 3 or 4 years. Wait, and now I have a knife that he did, 3 months ago. It's night and day, So seeing how people progress is,
that
I mean,
takes
Don
my squirrel brain.
is as awesome as my Ripley number 2 is. I've seen the way he's cranking out these days. I love seeing guys progress. I mean, hell, Joe, even some of the early leather that I have.
Joe's come up. I mean, that's what anybody that
really
wants
good products,
to
but
master their craft is constantly getting better.
But like, I don't know. I've got products from Joe over the years, and seeing how he has progressed. Even again, early stuff is still good, but seeing their arc. Shane's a perfect example.
Oh, in 14 months, what he's done.
Yeah.
But it's natural that if you and that I think shows people that really love what they do because they're willing to take the time, and that's kind of the harshest self-criticism, to make something better than something you sold for a fair price because it was the best you knew at the time.
But like what Joe said there is, when a maker stops progressing, they should probably quit.
That's the we should always strive for more, even if it doesn't ever get better. Because I know versions. Forget the name of this knife. I traded for it, but I heard some of the later versions weren't as good. The Dawn. Again, it's a knife I don't carry much. If anybody's interested, trading for a Dawn, but it's a improvement or a perceived improvement doesn't necessarily make it better for everybody, because we all like kind of different parts of a knife or different things about a knife, right? Like I look at Hinderer, don't fault them because they sell out all the time, or Chris Reeves, it'd be nice to see them do different stuff. And I know they do in small every now and then, but I guess you get to a point where it doesn't make sense in business to roll out another SKU because you're doing everything you can, to keep your prices down.
Did you see the new stuff that Koenig had for CCKS? The couple of Arius variants that they had? That's what
on their Instagram.
Oh yeah, dude, they cranked out some. It's not for me, but man, it was cool to see. And they always do fancy stuff for the shows, but it was cool to see when they just keep cranking out the same old. As much as I love the Arius, it gets boring after a while. And then some of the shit that they just recently did, I was like, oh wow, like they really put out some
Tell me if
stuff, man.
because I'm
This
not
doesn't
as
look.
see, I
This
never knew
doesn't,
that existed. Did you know they had a fixed blade?
I did. How old is this? Their actual?
That's 2 weeks ago. This says
Oh,
37K followers. Is there
um,
a
Bill
group?
Koenig's site, Bill Koenig's account is different than the Koenig account.
Okay, hold on. Bill Kreutzmann came up first. Rest in peace.
Right? Isn't it Bill Koenig? Look at one of those posts. I think he's probably yeah. Is that it? No, that's not.
That's a different Bill Koenig.
Oh, they were showing stuff that they had out for CCKS, and this is not that.
Is that it?
That's one of them. Yeah,
Oh God, dude.
yeah, dude.
And it doesn't say who did the. Oh,
Like that's pretty badass.
it's gorgeous. I love the way, and it's not my thing, like you said, but I love the way it feels like it almost has a skeleton.
Yeah,
The spine, the treatments that they did. That's
yeah. But yeah, definitely Bill Koenig's account is different than the actual Koenig account. I mean, they had some wild stuff for
they're
CCKS.
great knives. I've never owned. I think one of the ones I've been most impressed with that my buddy A to Z has a couple of are Craig Brown's. Like the Cortex XL is probably the nicest,
They are.
fanciest knife I like it better than the FSD. He has them both. I've been blessed to review both of them.
The FSD. He's another Washington maker. He's just 15 minutes up the road from me.
And that's he was an aerospace engineer, right?
Yeah.
That's what I found. Michael is sending me, and I'll send it back to him next week. But I'm going to get to review my first American Blade Works. What the fuck? Nice.
He's such a good dude.
He is an awesome dude. We talked for a long time at Blade Show. He's had a tough time with his. It's Chris Brown, right? Or it's Craig Brown. Craig. That's why.
Oh, you're talking about Brown Knives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's cool about when you go to their website and you look at the technology for their adjustable, not yet. What the fuck? Anyway, I'm gonna do this. And then
weed.
This is what I think is and I probably got the wrong. Brown. Here we go. Brown knives. Did that take y'all to it? Okay. So what I found out, and you wouldn't know this, I guess, if you weren't into the brown knives. For one, every knife that's ever been sold, like I can find my buddies. Yeah, they're archived.
Yeah, so they're completely archived.
But when you go to their resources, they talk about the Adjust Cortex XL. It has in the tang, it's got a detent adjustment and a lock pin adjustment.
Yep.
I mean, this is kind of revolutionary, cool stuff. You 5-degree rotator or less, it can make huge difference in the lockup percentage, how far the lock bar moves over, and counterclockwise to increase the lockup percentage. It's tunable, and you get here to adjust the mini FSD. You use a 0.05 hex, and it's got these little, I don't know what that does, but they're adjustable detents.
Yep.
I mean, just cool stuff that I never knew this existed. You just look at the resources, and all I've done is handled it. Of course, didn't take it apart. The Cortex XL to me is just a chef's kiss knife. Any variation, I mean, G10 would be fine.
It's pretty impressive.
And there are a lot out there, and I'm sure it's not for everybody. Some people don't like it, I'm sure, as much as I do. But I think for me, it's a beat. And the coolest knives I haven't even discovered yet.
Yeah, they're definitely they're on another level.
You know, I rarely have large bills anymore. I don't know the last time I carried a 50. I remember the last time I had to carry a couple of hundreds, but I'm a Apple Pay guy.
Yeah.
In Blade shows where I carry hundreds, and I use Apple Pay almost everywhere. Xbox. That's something I had to get away from because it was such a time suck. I love video games. I love Counter-Strike. I just know that I would be that guy that peed in Gatorade bottles at 50, however many 8 years old I am, and got hunted by 12-year-olds.
Oh man, I didn't realize the missus had texted me.
If you need to go, buddy, I appreciate you hanging with me, but I know you're on business. And you and Maddie's got a link. He avoids me because I've got his prick, and he knows I'm not sending it to him.
Don't ever.
Did I give Gareth a man hug? Yeah, pineapple. I'm gonna give him another one in a second. It's and giggles. I'm just looking through the chat because I miss so much.
He got a man hug in the Smokey in the Bandit.
I'm gonna show you guys a couple of just what I've been doing because I'm not putting any more knives and more videos, shorts or anything on my YouTube until I get a way to shoot better videos because their lighting sucks. But I've been doing a lot of just Instagram posts, and I want to show you guys some cool stick that I can. Sorry, I'm thinking to myself. John's lost control. My video, I'm probably going to get kicked here in a second, but I'll be right back. And Stevie, my mobile, if you have to bail.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bow out. I got to get going.
All right, buddy. I'll be back. I had to do a restart here, but my cell should keep the live going.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me on, John. I'll see y'all.
Anytime, buddy. Like I was going to say before I lost my train of thought because I'm swimming more than I thought. I'll always send you and Maddie a link, guys. Y'all are always welcome. I know you're busy.
Always down to join when I can, man.
Yeah, anytime you want to jump in, you just let me know. I love chatting with you. I think,
likewise.
And I hope to grow up and have more balls so I can be like you and make more
John,
quicker decisions.
You're perfectly you, my man. Perfectly you, and that's why I love you, brother.
I know, buddy. I love you too, brother.
All right, guys.
Have fun in Alaska. Stay away from the moose.
All right.
Later. All right. What do you call a group of moose? Meese? Or mooses? I'll Google it. Don't hurt yourself. But yeah, sweet. What I was going to show you guys before I got kicked out of here, and I'm here as long as you guys want to be here, but do bow out because I know most of y'all have to work. I do not work on Wednesdays, and when I do work, I don't go in until 2, so I'm still able to do my flip schedules where I do shit at night. I need to make some videos later tonight, but I don't know. I'm not inspired. Let me show y'all some cool knives that I didn't know existed. So I love learning about knives from the chat and from you guys. And one of the things I love about hanging out at Knives and More is I see knives that aren't necessarily my jam, but they're interesting knives. And they're quality knives, or at least they're priced that way. This is a little thing. I don't even really want to call it out because it's made by somebody else. Made by, I tagged them. Hold on. How do I see that? Get it? It's made by Triple Aught Design, but the model number is FEKTAD, just a little slicey stabber. S35VN. I want to say this guy's like $300. Nothing I'd buy, but just cool. One of my favorite knives that I will probably buy And I need to show you the other side because it's micarta. This one's brown, but they also have it in black. It would be my first ZT knife. This is the 0513 crew wear, thin ground, amazing knife. And I've never given ZT the time of day because I always thought they were just Kershaw, and Kershaw always thought of them as an assisted knife. This is kind of a beefy knife that I really had no use for. It's Groninger. I don't know much about Groninger, but it's a big, beefy, fixed blade USA knife, made knife. But it's cool nonetheless. I love this little guy. Unfortunately, I didn't get the right side because this is a Prometheus Design Works blue box Sabenza. So it's got horizontal lines and it's got a little Prometheus designs here. It's a small Sabenza. Beautiful, but it's too expensive for my blood. And then this guy is the Benchmade 42-01 Bally Song aluminum number 10 of 100. And I think it's like $2,700. It's got a blue blade. I think it was made in the 80s. Stuff I'd never have any access to. This little guy, I've never heard of GT knives, but they were an American automatic maker. And that's evidently a rare little bird, the GT, the mini GT number 401. And then they've got stuff like Tactile Turn that people trade in. That's all stuff from their inventory. Cool Fixie, SOCOM Alpha. This is used in Outbreak series. I mean, they just got knives that you don't see every day. I've never seen a Protec Flyfather 2. I've never seen a merger of a Bally Song, which I could care less about, and a Godfather, but I'll tell you, it's wicked. It's huge. And it would definitely cut my finger off. And then they've got wonderful Benchmades because they have every Benchmade in stock. And I learned something today about new Benchmades that I'm not real happy about. I won't break the news. It's probably on their website. They're changing their packaging. That's an interesting knife. The reason I took a picture of it, this is a ZT 0450, was this carbon fiber pattern I'd not seen before. Not a big fan of this knife. It's a limited edition. They have two of them. One's got a blue handle. Beautiful Randall Model 2 fixed blade. I've never been a dagger guy. This is a stainless with leather stacked handle. About a $700 handmade knife. Just gorgeous. And then the little Benchmade successors, their new slip joint is pretty cool because it's got a slip with a clip on it. If you don't like slips, you can take the clip off the slip and put it onto the successor. And it's got their, what's Benchmade Select Grind, their 14-degree grind. I'm always a big 940 fan. That's a 94000 BK auto, which is pretty sluggish compared to the ZT and to the Protec. But this is an interesting one. If anybody wants to get a weird knife for about $150, I won't be there tomorrow, but you can call John or Tate. This is called, I don't know what it's called. It doesn't have a box, but it's thin like a bug out. He said it was the predecessor to the bug out, he being Tate. I think it's S35. It's a Mel Pardue design. And I was surprised how inexpensive it was because, again, it's about as thin as a bug out, about the same length. And then Dustin Driver. This guy makes knives about an hour, probably right between where Shane and I live. I own two of his fixed blades, which are fantastic. I've reviewed one of his complex ground folding knives that my buddy A to Z bought, but this is one of his. He has three knives, folders up at Knives and More. Dragon Skin Damascus and Mokutai, number 2024. And it's gorgeous. The action on it's great. Everything Dustin does is by hand too. A little E-Knives, special edition Shiro. Stuff you don't see in most knife stores. I love the Cypher 2 Marathon Select, but that's again, what, $1,300? Nobody's got time for that crap. They've got an 80/20 up there they just got, machine ground M80/20, and they've got some original goat scales. I said, put those in a goddamn drawer. Do not put the original goat scales on or by that knife. I don't like the pattern of the original goat scales. I think that's all the knives and more shit I've got on here. I know we had this conversation earlier. There's one. That one's sold. That's a very rare bird. The 941, when it opens, I'm going to stop it. Because I wish they'd bring the regular 941 back. It's basically a 940 with a drop point or clip point. This was a 7 of 500 titanium version. But it just sold. And that's just when I would stop by it. There's Brother Richard Hopkins. They are quite a bit northwest from me now. Or no, northeast. And that's what it's all about. I'm going to refer to him as the roaming gnome. He's got it going on. That's the way to do it, I would think. This knife was at Knives and More until my buddy A to Z bought it, this Rubicon 2. Very intense grind on this. This designer also collaborated with MBK on the Turbo. But just a really cool liner lock, Taichung, Taiwan, Spyderco. And for those of you looking for Spydercos, not that anybody is, but if you're, this knife is Richard's fret, not to blow my own horn because I didn't make it. I just drew it. Shane made it. This is not wood. This is acrylic. Amazing knife. Kyle's edge on it. Magna cut. 64, 65. Just a beaut. That's Puck. He was feral 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. He came in one night and now he just lives here, I guess. But that's where I film my top down knife reviews. And to move him is to bleed. So anyway, that's a couple of cool things from down there. There's the Puckster. But yeah, he went from being feral, not letting me get anywhere close to him. He'd run up on the porch. I'd put a can of food out. He'd eat super fast in big gulps, and then he'd run off with his tail down. I mean, he was like the skittishest cat I'd see. So I'd get to where I'd just sit on a chair I've got out by the front porch while he'd be squatted down eating. Because it took him about 10 minutes to eat I call him Puck because I would get him those Puck full cans of food because I think he was only eating once a day. And I just talked to him. And he came in one day, just walked, turned and left. But I've got Tippy, who I think's his buddy. That's Ryan's fret. I think it's beautiful. But Puck is now, he likes to stay out overnight. He comes in smelling like, this is after he's been out. He came in with glitter on him, smelling like cheap perfume and tobacco. I think he's getting into no good at night. But he's come a long way. He's a biter. That's how he communicates, which really sucks. One of my favorite fixed blades is I'm just rolling. I'm just talking shit, not even looking at chat. I'm about to come in. That is a Mag 10 Knife Works. Colin McGuire. Y'all are probably so tired of seeing Colin McGuire. We won't go to his page. Very cool knife. That's Melissa Backwoods and TKL's collaboration, the Warren EDC. It's usually only this long. This has got an extended aluminum handle on it that makes it longer. They also make a ring handle for this. Nitro V. A great knife. I love it. But enough of that shit. What I think is going to be the budget knife of the year it's not getting a lot of play. A lot of people don't know about it. It's the Kaiser Seagull. It's multi-deployment, hollow ground, great action. I want to say it's like 60, $50, but it's my favorite that I've seen. All right, so let's get out of here and let's come back to you guys. Todd, I really think, because I don't think it was me. I think it was Tippy. And he and Tippy have a very weird relationship. The cat that my ex rescued from a car dealership she worked at when he was little. And the only reason I think he became more like a domesticated animal, he stayed in the laundry room, was because of the German Shepherd, made him trust. I think Tippy had something to do with saying, hey, dude, you know, I'm going to walk, every time I walk past you, I'm going to slap the shit out of you because that's how I roll. But if you really want to improve your life, step across that threshold. You know, you've got soft shit to lay on. You'll get good food. You don't have to only eat once a day. I think that had more to do with it, with me more than me being a cat whisperer. And I never was a cat person. I never was anti-cat. I just had always been a dog guy and always had dogs. When I had my daughter, she wanted a kitty cat when she was like 2. I remember she wanted one, and this little cat just showed up like they do. Every cat I've ever cohabitated with, because we don't own them, kind of just chose us. And this little cat showed up, and it was a perfect cat for the time because my daughter named it Tinkerbell. And I've got pictures, I'd have to find them, of this cat. My daughter would stuff this fucking cat in a stroller, a kid's stroller, and have stuffed animals totally around it. She could carry this cat upside down. This cat would never scratch her, would never do anything. She put Harry Potter glasses on this cat and made him wear it like for half a day. Tinkerbell was an awesome cat, but it just came at the right time. You know, I think nature just chooses sometimes, if you're open to it. If you're open to it. But if I go more than the bad thing is, if they show up, I don't want them to, you know, not eat, but I don't want to be more than 2 cats is one too many. I mean, they're really no more trouble, but it's just, I don't want to be a cat guy where I've got a ton of cats. Because believe it or not, they're very gangster, totally different kind of animal, and they'll spread the word. Like, for all I know, Putt right now could be out telling all his cracked out friends, you need to come over, hang at the Evans house. You know, he'll get you well. Who knows? You know, I don't know how cats figure that shit out. But they are definitely fascinating animals to watch. They're very predatory. Very effective killers of shit. Little shit, big shit. They're just amazing. And they're not scared of much, except water in a bottle. That is my equalizer for Puck when he wants to come bite me. And he doesn't bite to break the skin. It makes me nervous, but he grabs, he shakes. That's the only way he knows how to say, hey, man, I want this or I want that. He'll come and bite me and make this weird meow. And I squirt him with water so he gets away from me because we're still uncomfortable with each other. Keep in mind, he's new. And I probably won't see him till tomorrow. He and Tippy are both out. How are you guys feeling? What do y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to look at? It's late. I have nowhere to be. I just opened a Red Bull. I'm trying to think of what else I was going to talk about. I talked about the Microtech, what I think is the only logical reason. I think Zero Blade Play was cool. I just think there was something I don't understand. Knife building, but I think that stop pin probably was protected. Double Wide, I said I'm not a cat whisperer, Mad Yako. I said I'm a cat guy. I was more of a dog guy growing up. I love my dogs, and I think dogs give you something totally different than cats do. I lost my last dog. She passed away. I was at Blade Show 2 years ago, or the year before last. Breaks my heart that I wasn't here because she passed away. And all they want to do is be around you. Where cats really don't care. They're just cool. No, I'm a cat guy. I'm just not a cat whisperer. I don't think that I had anything to do with Puck deciding to take advantage of my kindness. I think Tippy was like, or he watched Tippy have a better life than him, coming out smelling like a rose every day with a full belly. And he was like, something's going on with this. And she comes out every day and does what she wants and she's not getting beaten or whatever the case may be. I don't know how they communicate. They're definitely their own thing, dude. They're unique, and because especially if you do a lot of traveling, cats are self-sufficient animals. They're there's some weird stories about cats and how they were. If you go read about the whole Egypt cat thing, and they're the only animal outside of a reptile that has a vertical pupil when it dilates. Everything else is round. That came from a Joe Rogan episode. I saw them talking about it. But they're interesting to watch. They're cool. They can also be kind of scary. I have this cat come around every now and then. It used to be a screensaver for me. Milo, it's my daughter's cat. She adopted Milo years ago. But this is the weirdest cat. He's a black cat. And for the first 24 hours, because she'll drop him off with me for a week when she goes on cruises or stuff, I get Milo. And for the first week or the first day, maybe day and a half, Milo will actively hunt me around the house. I mean, he's scary. He's a big black cat with yellow eyes, scary as he can be. And then he turns into the biggest lush. But he's like, or most cats that don't really know you will stay away from you. He's like checking you for your weaknesses, and he's coming after you. I wish I knew where that screensaver picture was, where I had it saved, because I've got a picture of him right in my face. It would make any of my Friday Night Flick thumbnails. It's scarier than any of those cats. It looks angrier than any of those cats. So when I do a Friday Night Flicks, I use AI in an app that I use for everything else. I say, an angry cat. I want it to make me an angry cat. So all these are allegedly angry cats, the ones that I have here. That's one of my favorites because I put a shooting a bird finger on him. But that black cat is much angrier. And then I put the knife on there. So this Friday night, I don't think we've uploaded that one yet. Let's see if I can get it on. Give you a preview. Here will be Halloween Night's cat. I knew it was going to do that. Motherfucker. Coming right back. Sorry about saying MF. I like the word fuck. Motherfucker's a little too. Fuck, on the other hand, can be used in so many different. That's Freddy Cat that AI created, and it's holding my budge that came from Marlboro Handcraft. This knife that I showed you guys earlier, that I'm absolutely in love with. Green micarta handle, paper micarta. It's a 1 dot. It's got 4 digits. It's a carbon steel. I'm not familiar with it. It's flat ground. It is so thin. Great slicer. Great box opener. And I think a beautiful knife. He also made, while we're talking about it, I knew it. He also made a knife I traded for, which is how I found out about it. Take you to his website because he makes really cool knives. They're all carbon steel, but this is the little prick. Hey, the quality of the micarta, it's dirty, but it's gorgeous. Like a linen micarta. Little 3-finger knife. It's absolutely a laser beam. That's kind of what he does. He also makes kitchen knives. But so somebody traded me this, and I'm sorry I don't remember who it was. And this is another cool thing because this is one of his early knives. Because when I used to post, he was like, God, that sheath. This is one of his early taco sheaths. Not the greatest sheath, but it works fine for what I use it for. And then now, I mean, his sheath game is up. I love the placement of the grommets, having them placed together that closely. I know it looks busy, but it gives you so many carry options. Almost any sheet or any, if you're a pocket dropper guy, you can also put straps on it or put a tech lock on it. But a great knife. And I would have never known about it if I'd not been traded for that little knife. And let me show you real quickly his Instagram. And it's not spelled like Marlboro the cigarettes. Super share, super share. Sharing is caring. I hope y'all know that. That's Stevie in the pickle. That's the man, the myth, the man that makes it happen. That's the Girash. I can't pronounce that. It's about 5 inches. The Girash or Girish. Girish. Take you to his site in a second. There's a little prick. A great little knife. One of his kitchen knives. So I like the little guys, but he makes big boy knives too. Straight up legit. And I hope y'all are seeing that. Okay, let me do this. Uh-oh, almost. Go Marlboro. All right. So if you go to shop, this is the Budge tuxedo. That's the knife I was just showing you guys that I bought from him. Mine doesn't have a black blade. I want to say mine was right around 200. Because I literally sold the TKL MR1 and put cash with it because I sold it for much cheaper than that. But he makes them like the wizard's finger. It's a little guy. But the wizard's finger is just a cool knife. It's a little bit different than the little prick. The handle's much different. Kind of locks your hand in differently. I've never handled one of these. W2 steel, 5-inch knife, which is a great size for me for somebody who carries it as a secondary. But the Girash is again about the same size, but it's a different taller blade and a different handle. It is 4 3/4 inches. Again, thin and slicey. This guy's a little longer. That's the one I've got. 5200 carbon steel, 6 inches long, which for me is I've learned my perfect size for an EDC carry is a 6-inch. Even though I've loved my little 5 inches. Little prick. But I'll drop his Instagram in the chat because he's somebody that if you like following people on Instagram that show a lot of cool stuff that are always making knives and post them on Instagram, he makes some really cool stuff. 7-inch chef's knife. I'm not, because I don't do a lot of cooking, surprise, surprise, I'm not one that's really qualified or don't get excited by kitchen knives. I respect them because they're a totally different uh, sharpening. That's something they do at Knives and More. They sharpen a ton of knives, a ton of nice knives for restaurants more than anything else, and for dog groomers. Um, and we've allegedly got some very nice sharpening equipment. I mean, there's a TS Prof that Tate uses for, when he's doing somebody's modern folder, but they've got a little purple machine with a spinning disc, it's Japanese made in the back, that they sharpen most of the scissors and stuff on. And it's a multi-$1,000 machine, and it's no bigger than a Apache case, a 2800 for that matter. And then they've got a Torex, and they've got a blasting cabinet. He bead blasted. It's a cool place. I'm going to learn more there. I think I'm going to learn how that side of the business works, which is interesting to me. Let me share this with you real quick. Y'all, please go follow. He's already got a bunch of followers, but go follow Marlboro Handcraft. I'm going to drop his link right here. Boom, boom. Very active on Instagram. If you like fixed blades and cannot lie, he's one worth following. Another one, Joey Roman. I don't know if y'all follow Joey. If I've never reviewed his knives, but I own one. I got it at a Jason Grant auction. It was gifted to me. Hold on. So Joey, totally different type of maker. And if y'all weren't here when we started, next Friday, not Halloween, but next Friday, I'm going to have Greg Datcher joining us as the maker. He's a Huntsville multimedia artist who happens to be a fantastic knife maker, but that's not his primary passion. He's one of the best sculptors in the country, but amazing knife maker. But this is some of Joey's work. U.S. guy. He puts all this stuff up for sale. That little guy, probably available now. 100% made in USA. What is it? Kydex. I don't know what the blade steel is, but he makes really nice knives. The one I've got is a chisel grind, which is not my favorite, but it's something he does more rare. But I'm also going to throw Joey's link. It's probably not even showing Joey's link, is it? Yeah, it is. I'm going to throw his link in the chat too, because again, if you like cool stuff that's got a lot of posts daily, and he's always dropping knives, and they're very reasonable. So let me do this. Then we'll go to his website. Whoops. And he's made some posts that makes it sound like he might not be long for continuing to make knives. He's been doing it for years, but evidently it's kind of been his primary gig, but it's always been a struggle from some of the posts I read. So he always seems to come back a little more refreshed, but it sounds like he's got some other opportunities. And if I was buying knives, I would definitely keep an eye on him because his knives are very quality. Again, tool steel, mostly, but that's what a lot of people use. We talk about that down at Knives and More, and what made their business is the case business. So they've, sharpening knives has been they don't know super steels. Most of their market doesn't know super steels. There's a small percentage of us that understand or are learning about what really super steels are. Where a lot of these guys, it's always cut fine, so why necessarily change it? So this is his website. This is trying to get you an idea on price. Can y'all see that? Yeah, I don't like the user experience on the site. $265. Beautiful knife, Beautiful grind. 7 inches overall. Go away. IX like my card up. Why am I not seeing blade steel? 5,200. That one's 5,200. Okay, his back feature doesn't work. His user experience on the site sucks, but we're not going to complain. I was trying to find a micro Tanto, which is a knife that I want. He doesn't have that many up there. Let's look at this little guy right here. Look at that spine and the quality of the micarta. That's the clip point camo, 5,200, 7-inch blade, or 7-inch overall, 3-inch blade, little drop point. Nice guy. Follow him on Instagram. If you ever see anything, because he does a lot of small stuff. I don't know why he doesn't have much small stuff here. Let's go back to his Instagram, because he does there. Cool stuff. And she's probably a temperamental artist. He probably just gets those days where he's like, fuck it, I'm out of here. Like a crying day. Find. A little bit big, probably 7-incher, but he's got a lot of videos showing how this stuff's done. I was trying to find the mini Tanto. So I'm not going to walk back and get it. All right, I'm about to give up on it, guys. But cool knives. Joey Roman. Don't know him from Adam's House Cat. Have never met him. Own one of his knives and appreciate what he does. That's beautiful to me. The knife looks beautiful. The choil looks awesome. The handle's next level. Probably a little more expensive because of the handle. But I bet that's not. I mean, that's, to me, beautiful. Awesome choil. Boom, boom. Banging. All right, we'll get out of Joey Roman land. So, I wasn't going to necessarily talk about this, but congratulations in order. At the same time, you can imagine, to my dismay, I had a little bit of a heartbreaking weekend, Friday. I was cruising along Instagram. I got over it real quickly. I even sent a congratulations message and got a really nice message back. And I'm very, very happy for the new couple, the new married couple, Anna and Sergio, did the deal. My internet crush, knife chick, Ziva girl, has married Kunwu Na Sergio over in Slovenia. I just think she's the neatest person. We used to, she like reached out to me when somebody had cloned my account. But what's funny is she's got the biggest gap between her teeth. And it's so funny because she's really just a normal knife chick. And had a very public relationship with Sergio. And now they're married. So I don't have to move to Slovenia. Because to be honest with you, she'd probably destroy me. But yeah, somewhere in the eastern, I don't know geography that well. She just was visiting Rome. But she's from, say, Slovenia. Is Slovenia a place? She also has Hank's Cartel, which unfortunately, because of tariffs, they're not shipping to the U.S. anymore. But she has some really risque Hanks. Like very risque, like mushrooms with asses. Or she does a line of Scooby-Doo. I don't know if y'all can still see that. Yeah. Nope, you're not seeing it. Stop sharing. Start sharing. And they're small hanks too. But they're well made. They're different, and they're very risque. That's a Zeba F5. John Wick hanks, if you're into that type of thing. But unfortunately, she can't ship to the US anymore. I don't know how I got into that fucking loop. Where am I? Oh, here we go. Close it off here. The skulls, weird stuff, you know. She had one. The one I got was a Countess Anne Hank. I don't know if she still got that one. Sure she does. But she definitely pushes the envelope, and she does metal shit too, like pocket jank and coins, little pry bars. Anyway, I'm not finding the Hank. I'm getting bored looking for it. And you can't get it anyway unless you live in Canada. Maybe you can get it in Canada. Fuck it, they're too small. But congratulations to Sergio and Countess Anne. Sergio, you better be nice to her. You know, I totally agree with that. I do not see it because I'm not exposed to it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I'm assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, a lot of these materials, these fabrics are imprinted with the designs and they're making hanks of them. Is that right? I mean, how does that, do y'all even know how that works? I assume that's what you're talking about, Todd. 'Cause I'm a big believer in you don't take people's designs. You can collaborate with people if they're willing to collaborate with you. Uh, Sierra Rick, howdy, buddy. I've been out of the, you don't like the chisel grind, but love the knife overall. Might be able to get it reground. It's not that I dislike it. It's just I'm a sharpening guru freak kind of guy. I'm trying to teach myself, and I just can't get my head wrapped around it, even though it's supposed to be easy. I mean, Kyle wants to shake me because it's supposed to be so easy. Um, yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff just in our little immediate community that I didn't agree with when it happened. And I don't think everybody, I think different generations, I say generations, I'm Generation X, right? So I think we respect shit like that, where I think younger people that have been always on the internet think I see it, I can take it. I could be wrong. I'm simplifying it. I think there's a more of an immediate gratification there where to me, no, that's obviously somebody else's art or idea or whatever. And somebody's like, I'm just putting on a t-shirt, just putting on a Todd, which are those LT rights? Or I know there's several that probably are. And I've tried to learn. I've got my Knife Steel book, but it's like a college textbook. I read it, but I don't absorb it. If there was a if it was a type of book that I could take to like a college store and sell back, I probably would. It's good to have, but I am talking to a lot of different makers. I'm just asking the questions, and I'm asking the questions to people who've been around it for a lot of time. And even talking to Shane, I think anytime, oh, the Leatherman fixed blades. Are they, and they're probably done in a bigger oven, right, Todd? Because I don't know how MagnaCut is. I know Shane's told me that, like, I think MagnaCut, he has only seconds to get it from heat treat to quench. I don't know anything about that. I would just think when you take it to a production level, you're not able to keep the same tolerances in a that, and maybe you are. Um,
that is crazy priced. But Leatherman has proven I think every Leatherman, except for the Skeletal maybe, is overpriced. What's the Arc? Is the Arc the one that's magnetic? That's like nuts. Was the first man to cut one they did. They've set themselves up to be able to get that type of money unless the knives don't perform. But a Leatherman to me, I use it some. I use my Knipex much more. It might be handy if I was more of a tooly guy. Swiss Army knives were always much more handy, a multi-tool type of Swiss Army knife than a Leatherman. But there's a Leatherman, I think, are considered premium products, and people seem to buy the shit out of them and collect them. And I know that I'm crazy enough that one day I might be that guy. I'm one of the few guys, I don't know what y'all think about it, but I love XHP. I love sharpening it. I've got my Shaman is in XHP. Where I first started playing with it was on the Spartan. If you buy the Spartan field grade, either the Talos or the one that's just like the small Harsey, except it's G10, they're CTS XHP. I think that's what it's called. I don't know, but I sharpened those and I really liked it. I thought it's a good steel. I love it on my Shaman. I got it right here. It was I think a knife center, maybe a cutlery shop. I'm tired of these scales. These are really nice Rips Garage Tech purple carbon fiber. I've loved them for years, but they don't have any texture. I'd really like to, if anybody's looking to trade Shaman scales, you've got something different and you like purple carbon fiber, I'm always up for, it gives me something to build. I almost took apart like I said, I've never taken apart and out the front. My finger's not sweaty like it was earlier, so I can actually retract my axial shift. But I felt like something has gotten in here, or something has changed to make it harder to retract than it was initially. Maybe not. But I wanted to take it apart for science. But this one has screws on both sides. So being me, I'd go at it from the side without the clip. But it's dovetailed together. And I watched a video. I tried to find a video to see somebody take one apart. And he had it apart, but it didn't show him doing it. He was just talking about why he would not do it. Now, I'm sure he's talking to the masses. I know that there's a spring under here where this thing can go like a pilot ejecting from a jet. So you got to be kind of careful when you lift one side off. I'd like to do a video and take this apart, but I'm also afraid that it'll be one of those train wreck where I had to put the burning school bus on the thumbnail and it takes like, it's a 45-minute video that nobody watches because it's just me looking for, thinking about putting it in a bag and sending it back to Axial. But knock on wood, and I will knock on wood, I've taken apart a lot of knives for the first time. I did a bearing swap before I'd ever taken this apart and a scale swap, not at the same time. But I've had one of the hardest was this scale swap. But I've never been defeated. I have had to pause the video, like to look for a piece. I've had to pause the video and then come back and finish it. I've had to do that once to do some blow drying on some hardware to get the Loctite to break. This was really tricky to put back together. It turned out to be about a 30-minute video. But the bottom line is, the trick is, look at everything when you take it apart real carefully. If you have things that are under tension, make sure that stuff doesn't fly away. I like to use a little tray. I bought a little County Com. They sent me one. It's got like a little 1/2-inch lip around it real simple. It just keeps your shit from rolling off of it. It'll still fly away. But I've never had one. I've had some where I've been in the middle of a video going, I'm just going to have to end this and not post it and send it off. And then I'll pause it, the video, and look at it and think about it for maybe 20 minutes and then finish putting it back together. But just never lose, you can do it, because people put these together that are much less capable than you. Just pay attention when you break it down. Watch a video or two of somebody doing it before you try, and don't give up on yourself. Even when you try to put it together and you don't have it go together right, always say, take it back apart. A lot of times I've had it, put it back together, everything seemed fine, closed it, couldn't get any centering. I just take everything back apart and put it together, and it just, sometimes it works. This is still a little out of center. I think I've tweaked my my liner a little bit, because this is a bitch. I use the Benchmade pivot tool. Anytime you do an axis lock, I recommend that tool, either from OCD, he 3D prints them, or there's a guy on Etsy who sells them. I've got one of his, but his only has 2 sizes. This pivot is actually bigger. So the idea is you take the pivot off, put your scale on, you stick the tool, which is D-shaped, that matches up with the size that you're doing, and it pushes pivot out, keeps your blade and your washers all in line. You put the pivot on, and then you take your pivot and put it on the little poke point of the tool. I'll show you the tool here in just a second, and push it back through. It's a 5-minute job. Well, this one fell apart on me, so I had to break this one down to everything was apart, which was a freaking nightmare. It was probably one of the hardest, most frustrating videos I made. Luckily, very few people watch that. I think they come back and watch it when they're trying to take one apart, maybe, but it's not something that I used to love to watch Lefties, to watch him struggle bus. Because he'd always, I'd yell at the TV, he'd have a bearing just sitting there, and his knife wouldn't go together right. And I'd be like, Lefty, you're left a bearing out, But that's where I got a lot of the confidence. Watching him struggle through stuff made me think, if Lefty can do it, not taking anything away from him, props to him. He just struggled through it and learned how to do it. I respect him diving in and learning about flashlights like he did. Same with pew-pews. I think if we're inquisitive and if you're careful, you use good bits and common sense, you can learn a lot about the way things go together and make things better in some cases. And you can fuck shit up. But I think the key is, especially if you're going to fall back on warranty, get good bits so that you don't wear out your hardware. Because when you send things back, I know this from a buddy of mine who did a couple of OEM projects. They take pictures of their hardware when it comes back from the OEM. So they see how clean it is and how deep it is. So they can get an idea of how many times it can be taken apart without getting wear. And almost every time you use, unless you use a super fresh bit, you're not making perfect content. You kind of wear that out. And that, I think, hurts warranty chances if your hardware looks like you've been taking your knives apart. People don't like that because they don't think they think we're all monkey. Or they don't think there's any need to take it apart and make it better. Perfect example. One of my favorite knives. This is my McNeese Mac 2. I wanted to do something different on this. I love a washer knife. Some people call them bushings. I call them washers. Skiff made blades offers thick washers. I've got these bearings, which are also skiffs, in a bag. They didn't start off as skiffs. The skiff makes a thick washer that you can put in place of your bearings. Now, I've tried this on several knives. I've currently got my, hold on one second. I put them in a bench or a Devo Buzz. and did not like it. Being curious and the testing guy I am, my Civivi Baby Banter is also on skiff thick washers. You just go to the compatibility chart, you find the knife, it'll show you where the washers are. They're about $8.95 a pair. Bearings, I think, are around $12. So this is on washers. If you own a Mac 2, you owe it to yourself to try skiff washers. Makes it great. Got a lynch clip on it. Banger. See, there's so many new knives that have come out that I have not had a chance to experience. I look at them on, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I do look at them quite a bit on different sites. The prints look really cool. What are the other ones? I don't have to go to DLT and I can just show them to you. The waves are great. For me, I've got a classic and I've got the Skeletool. And I use the Skeletool probably more because I bought it primarily for the bit driver. I'm one of those guys that collects. I just buy more bit drivers than I need. I always want to be able to drive a bit, and I never drive bits. It's just one of those kind of wishful thinking things. And I like gadgety stuff. Speaking of gadgety stuff, I'm just going to show you. I won't go through the features. Cool titanium tool. I noticed Big Red just did a review on it too. It's called the X2 something. It's a peachy, a Canadian made and designed piece of titanium EDC gear, starting with a little pry bar, nail puller, shaped interestingly, but it's got a 1/4-inch bit driver. So I'm not going to reach around and get a bit. I can put a bit in there and drive it like this. Bit would come through my fingers. The coolest part is this ratchet. Which goes on bolts. You just, any size, you get it to lock in there to where it fits, and you can do your bolting. You can't get into tight places. This is a skateboard kingpin, and I've also got some hardware. What you trucks skateboards with. And in both cases, if this was on a skateboard, you could not get to it. But if you're working on your car or trying to take a car battery out, very cool little tool. But it doesn't stop there. Titanium, small. Say somebody slaps your little sister and you have to put them 6 feet under. This has got a little locking bone saw. That little saw works very well. I don't know what the steel is on it, but I've cut with it. I don't know how many. I don't think you could cut up a whole body with it. YouTube terms of service. I'm kidding. But it's a neat little saw. But on the other side, it's a liner lock. So you push that in. Whoops. And it closes up. And then on the other side, you've got the scalpel holder. And I think it's number 22s that fit in this little notched out area. So this is a super sharp. They come sterile. You can buy them on Amazon. It comes with like, I think 6. But this is the little tip that you put them on, the little gray thing. And then that's a scalpel blade. It was just super sharp, splinter digger. You could use it for a lot of different things, right? And then it just closes up and nests right in the handle there. The only thing that really moves on it is this and your saw. Little knife, and it just goes in this little sock, which is pretty cool. You can buy it without the sock. The sock, I think, adds $15, which is not the nicest leather, but it's got a little magnetic closure and it's got a little pocket clip. I don't carry it. Kind of cool. It's called the Peachy X2. Big Red just did a review. I'm curious what his is like. I did a review on it. I thought it was pretty cool. $99. Don't know. I don't buy a lot of expensive EDC gear right now. However, I bought, and I don't know how much of it came from a debate that we were having about value and perceived value, but we had a conversation about the Mr. Design Titan several weeks ago. Shane and Kyle, and probably a lot of you, think this is crazy for this knife to be $400. This Magna Cut, it uses a new locking system that works very well. I see value in that locking system. It's kind of like a combination between a shark lock and a bar lock, but it's not using a bar mechanism. It's moving an entire spring into contact with the tang. And if you look here, the tang comes over the blade. So it's one of the most locked up knives I've felt. I wish the scales, which are titanium, were a little grippier. Goes in and out of pocket well. It's a super full-size knife. I believe in it so much that I traded a Concept Bison and I traded a ProTech Newport automatic, an USA made knife, and a Concept to get this knife. And I love it. I carry it all the time. It's dirty. It needs to be cleaned up. I haven't cut a ton of rope. I haven't done any tests on it, but I have cut cardboard. I almost just cut myself. Hold on, Tip. Very long blade, deep hollow ground. They also make it in a Wicked Tanto that I'm kind of like, but it's just therapeutically freaking slicey. And Mr. Designs, it's a young guy, Miha. It was the first knife trade he'd ever made. When I talked to him, because I was just going to review this and send it back to him, and I said, dude, I've got to come up with a way to either sell a couple of knives and buy this from you, or if you're up for trading knives. He goes, I've never traded knives before. I said, well, if you're looking for anything, I've got some American automatics, because you mentioned an automatic at some point. And I said, look through some of my videos, just let me know what you think. And I might trade him something for a fixed blade down the road, because I think bartering for knives right now is the only way I can come into contact with new ones. Or knives that I haven't experienced. Let's not say new ones, ones that I haven't experienced. Because I'm blessed that Concept is so kind to me, that companies like TRM, like Michael Martin, is sending me a knife to check out. I'll send it back to him, of course, but I get to review it, or I'll end up buying it. That's been the last two, because Lucky Dog Knife Companies, Andrew, they're small batch knives, so I know he doesn't have it in his budget to give them away to have reviews done. So I need the content. I like small fixed blades, and in his case, I've ended up buying the shit. But this is also partially Richard Hawkins' fault, because this was the River Dog one that I reviewed, the last one that I reviewed. I did not think I would be tempted to buy it. It's Ossange Orangewood AEBL, very similar to my my Lucky Dog Guard Dog, but it's thinner blade stock and it's so freaking slicey. it came time to send it back. And I said, all right, dude, I traded him an 80 20.5. He'd won one in the member giveaway a week before. And I said, how do you like that 80 20.5? They had custom scales. He won a clip point with titanium scales. And I've got 3. I had 3, now I've got 2. But I had a shark's foot. And I said, I've got a shark's foot and I'll trade you that and this much cash if you want to sell it. If don't feel like you have to take it. He's like, dude, I'd like to try that out. I was like, let's do it. If all things were different, I was ordering it, I would rather have personally the micarta handle, although the wood is done so well. But just a great little knife. And again, these are knives that I'm lucky to get to check out. I'm not getting them sent to me for free to keep. Some of them I am, like the Kaiser. They're very kind. They send knives out. CJRB. I got some Halloween stuff. It's pretty cool. Y'all recognize that? Concept fin rear. Well, you can buy one from Tenable now for about $60 with Nitro V and a top liner lock. I know this one's Halloween. You can buy them normal. I think that's badass. I'm not crazy about the carbon fiber. I love the top liner lock. It's the shit. The fin rear is a great design. I was late to the game. It's super slicey. And Tenable has them, like I say, for $60. And they've also got the Cairo, which I've always seen in a frame lock with the blade hole, but the Tenable version uses a bar lock. It uses 14C blade steel. It's got almost a 4-inch blade. And the thumb studs give it much snappier action. It's got the adjustable Axis springs or S springs or Omega springs where you can make them tighter or lighter. Cool budget knife. I was stoked to check it out. And they included this little guy, which I've had several of these and given them away. This is a Halloween version of a micro Corvid. I don't know if you can tell that, but that's a zombie face. And this is a bitchin' little knife, no clip. Little front flipper. Oh, whoops, I'm gonna cut myself. Let's see if I can do it live. Front flipper, middle finger flick with no clip. I don't know if y'all know how hard that is. Pow. Little guy. They also make, if you go to Tenable's site, they make the Cairo in a Halloween version that's on sale with this body. It's got a stainless blade or a green blade. It might have a green blade, but it's got this body. And then CJRB, a budget company, because I don't buy that in many years. I haven't been buying budget knives like I used to. That was what started my love for the hobby, and I collected budget knives. There's a great place for budget knives, but in my collecting, they just run their course. I decided to save money and buy less knives, but buy different ones, right? So to have knife companies, the few that do like CGRB, send me stuff that I'd never experienced, like this weird ass Locust. Pretty cool knife. It's got a safety that I hate. It's got this little button I can push there, and then the button lock doesn't work, which is right behind the pivot. But it's a symmetrical dagger style blade. If I fix that safety, drops like a beast. It's got a thumb disc. It's that AARPM9 or whatever, rose gold accents. It's a cool knife. Stuff I wouldn't have a chance to experience. And it's stuff that gets given away to you guys. Kaiser sent me some Halloween stuff. This is a new drop bear. It won't look like this. They'll be regular. But the drop bear is a great, understated, elegant knife. And this one's now hollow ground. This one's a button lock. Nitro V. The mini bulldog, again, I have a whole case, an orange case. The Kaiser, it used to be my Kaiser case, but this is the mini bulldog. It carries like a bigger knife. I've given a couple away. This is, I think, the second or third one I've been able to review because it was one of the Halloween ones they sent me. And it's just a great little knife. Again, they use the clutch lock, but they do a really good job with the detent with that adjustable Omega spring, and they use bearings. So it just feels different. Not my favorite in terms of lock time. But then Concept has the Model 6, the budget version, 14C, G10. This is a Halloween color, but they've got other colors too. Right around 50, 60 bucks. Really nice knife. They used to have this only in a premium knife, but between Concept and Concept Tenable, you're seeing their designs. Instead of making budget knives and premium knives, they take their premium knives and they downgrade some of the specs. Still offer familiar knives that people really like. I've been real pleased. The last thing I'll show you, then we'll bust out of here. Kaiser Trestle, one of my favorite slip joints. The new modern. The reason it doesn't go at 90 degrees is that's a safety mechanism. It's got that ricotta that comes up high and it's jimped. Flat ground, just a really nice. HX Outdoors reached out to me. And I guess had a couple of companies reach out to me with bigger ass knives. Now, don't get it twisted. I use real ferro rods. I like to strike my shit. But this is a cool little knife. Interesting sheath, but it houses that little ferro rod. I've not tested it yet. I just unboxed it. I like the way it looks. I'm not familiar with the blade steel. The blade steel is DC53. It says DC53. But it's got a nice G10 handle. It's got a stainless steel pommel for skull whacking or knocking tent spikes down. It's got a DLC coated blade. Seems to have really good balance. It's a heavier knife. But I'll check it out along with some other. It's my thumb here. I'm trying to find the balance point without putting a hole in my computer. I think where this choil is the balance point. I think it's, yeah. So a pretty nice balanced out knife. I'll see how it works, how it cuts. I'm not a good guy at testing out hard use stuff. I hack on a old piece of hickory I've got to see if I can get the blade to roll. And then I'll chop on some trees and some weeds and stuff. But I'm just not that guy. I try to give you the best interpretation of what it costs versus what I think it'll hold up to. But there are other guys like Scab who really work knives, or Stasa. But this is a full tang. I've seen enough knives to know if it's going to fall apart or if it's going to last within not pushing it to Alaska moose hunting level if I have to survive out there. But for everything I do, and most of us do, I feel like I try to give really good advice. And even though I'm not a hard user, I can tell if it'll live up to it. And I do baton as part of it. But unlike Erica, I don't whack shit into concrete because that's how you chip blades. And to say that you chipped a blade because it was bad heat treat when you clearly on camera whacked it into a garage floor, that sucks. The Kaiser Groom, I think let me pull something real quick. I know y'all are dropping like flies. Kaiser Groom. Is it the Tomb or the Groom? I've seen the Tomb and I really like it. There's the Groom. The Groom's a fixed blade. Yes. Banging knife. I got to borrow Brother Richard Hopkins when he stopped through town and do a review on it. Or I might have just done some shorts on it. Can't quite remember. Guys, it gets dizzying, but that's a cool little knife. And you don't have to get Ultim handles. Some people hate Ultim. I'm not a big Ultim fan. You can get it in other colors. I don't hate Ultim. I'd tell you what I do hate. If you get a chance, look at the new Benchmade Mini Super Freak and PP Rock patterned Ultim. The earlier, but use your Wooven G for the flows like shorts at work. That would work great. The problem I have is when I shoot a short and try to hold it, it's not the ceiling lights are bad, but you to do for me what I found, and I'm a hack, but to do a good short, I need to be about 16 to 18 inches above because they're vertical, right? If I do one like on my back porch or my front porch, flicking a knife, I'm having to hold the phone. And with a fixed blade, when it's not your knife and you're in a showroom where people are talking, it's just not ideal because you don't get that contrast between the knife and the background. And I don't know why that is. I don't understand design that well, but I just went through and ran some tests down there. And I told them today, guys, we're going to have to do something different if you want to do this route. I mean, I'm happy to put stuff on Instagram, but hold on. Let's go, Javon. I put really cool knives up that I would have thought would have gotten a lot of views, and they didn't. So if I go look at my shorts, I do 9 a day, and they're not long. I only do 15-second shorts. So the test that I did was I brought a couple home last night, and I shot them this knife, which has got a 511 views. It's an old traditional fixie or automatic. And I brought the Microtech Gen 5 or Gen 4. It's got 1.1 thousand views. So if you go down, all my shorts look pretty much the same. And I get good views on shorts. I get a lot of my subscribers from shorts. Because they're short. And I talk through them, just say what the knife is. It's just simple shit. People like short content, I guess. But when you go to this, you're about to see a brown floor and you're seeing 1,000 to 11,000 to 6,000. A fluke 197. You'll see that every now and then. But when you see 9 together, this one was an outlier. 271 on a Spartan Harsey, 312 on a ProTech, 232, 280, 272, 135. These are the 9 I did together. 230, 167. They sucked. This is the only one that performed, the Plague Doctor. And you go back to 4,000, 1,000, 6,000. So there's nowhere, it's not as much the lighting. I can control that because I've got some lights that I can take in. I just need a small spot, a table. I need to order another one of these gun cleaning mats that I get from Amazon and set up a little 90-degree because I told them I'm not taking my shit back and forth. And to be honest, since we're, I think it's something they need to invest in. I wasn't sharing that, was I? Damn it, I probably lost all y'all. I apologize. I'm going to show you real quick. Then I'm going to peace out, y'all, because that was rude. I thought I was sharing that, showing you how shitty those shorts performed. I'm not going to do that to you. That was horrible. I cannot believe. All right, let me share the screen. Or was I sharing the screen and I just forgotten? I don't know. It's been a weird one. So if you look at my shorts, I do one long form content a day, and then I do 9 little shorts. The shorts have been the best for me when YouTube started suggesting them. Shane Gables, as much as who won't say it. He's the one that convinced me to do shorts because we start. And if I get lag, I'm going to get the hell out of here. Why is it not clicking on them motherfuckers? All right, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to go to YouTube Studio. That pulls it up real quick. See if that's sharing YouTube Studio, and it is. I'm going to go to content. I'm going to go to shorts. And just look at the disparity. So if it was just one video, I might think, okay, that's just a fluke. It didn't get in the stream. But if you look at the ones I shoot on my top down, they're in about the 1,000 range. These were today's. And I did 2 knives and more that are ones at like 600 and ones at 1,000. And you go down and you look at all the ones I shot yesterday. And then you're going to come to one after the week, before the weekend, where I shot them at Knives and More. I did 9 using really the only place they've got a brown floor because there's no top down place. And I was holding the knives. So I go from 5,200 views on this knife to the next day, the Spartan Harsey that cost $1,200 got 271 views, 312, 232, 280, 272, and 135. So that shows me, and I'm not an analytical guy, but that this background is not pulling eyeballs. I mean, the only one that broke out was this one, this sexual chocolate Harsey. So yeah, I'm not gonna shoot any more videos like that because they don't click. That one's gotten a bunch of views, but if you look at most of them, they got 200 views, which is just unheard of to have that few. I love the Mini Yojimbo. Spydercos usually get tons of views, but I think it's because you can't see it. If you're just scrolling on a phone, you can't really see what you're looking at. I'm not going to put y'all through that. Guys, we've been hanging for 4 hours. We're low on people. Y'all have a great night. I love each and every one of you. I'm appreciative that you always come by and hang. I hope y'all have a great rest of the week. I'm going to go back to my peaceful brain instead of my Freddy Krueger so y'all don't have nightmares when you sleep. I'm going to ask you to look out for the guy or gal to your left. I'm going to ask you to look out for the guy or gal to your right. Go forward with love in your heart. Always choose debate, not hate. I love each and every one of you, and I hope to see you Friday. Halloween, we'll be kicking it. Peace.
Went out because we only had a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna want to make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch two wrongs witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch two wrongs witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch two wrongs witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch two wrongs witness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke them, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's higher on cigarettes.